All right, we're going to get started. Good afternoon that you've all been waiting for. So if we could all begin to settle down. There we go. There we go. All right, good afternoon. I will now reconvene the City Council meeting of Tuesday, June 9th, 2026. Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Council President. Councilmember Campbell. Councilmember Whitburn.
Here.
Councilmember Foster.
Here.
Councilmember Von Wilper. President Pro Tem Lee.
Here. Here.
Councilmember Campillo.
Here.
Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember Elo Rivera. And Council President LaCava.
Present.
Also attending the meeting are Assistant City Attorney Leslie Fitzgerald, Independent Budget Analyst Charles Modica, Council Affairs Advisor Matt Yagagan, Policy Director from the Mayor's Office, as well as the Mayor himself, and myself, your City Clerk, Deanna Fuentes. Thank you, Council President.
All right. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. A quorum is now present, so we are underway. I see a lot of new faces in the audience. I know there's going to be a lot of passion and emotion on some of the issues we'll be discussing for the FY 2027 budget, so I'm going to read the script when we have these kinds of sessions. I want to remind everyone about the city's practices and procedures for public comment at City Council meetings. We certainly welcome your public participation at our hearings. Speakers may address the council during public comment and also in connection with specific items of business on the agenda. However, the city must make sure that no one person or group of people disrupt the meeting in a way that prohibits other speakers from expressing their ideas and opinions. Excessive yelling and screaming or speaking beyond one's allotted time are examples of that kind of behavior that disrupts the meeting. It's not the content, it is the disruption that we're focusing on. So to make sure that everyone here has an opportunity to address the council, I will alert an individual or individuals if I think their conduct becomes disruptive. If the disruption continues, I'll roll the individual out of order, and if the disruption continues further, we'll declare a recess so that we can restore order. At that point, I will direct the individual leave the room, and if the individual refuses, police will escort the individual out of the building. And if we have to repeat this process of warning and recessing the meeting, all members of the public will be excused from the council chamber. Credential media would be allowed to remain. Once again, we have these practices and procedures to protect the rights of other speakers who wish to address the council and to allow the council to conduct the public's business. So with that, clerk, please introduce item 704.
Item 704 is the approval of the city's fiscal year 2027 budget. If you'd like to speak to this item, now is the time to please bring your speaker slip up to the front of the room into the clear box. And if you are participating remotely, now is the time to raise your hand by pressing *9 or the raise your hand icon. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you. So this item, the staff is the Office of the Independent Budget Analyst. So Charles, kick us off and make sure we get an introduction of everybody who is speaking and how much time the team needs.
Great. Thank you, Council President. We will need roughly 30 minutes to go through our presentation.
All right.
All right. So we are here this afternoon at the conclusion of this year's budget process to discuss our office's final budget report, which is before you today. I am joined for this presentation by Amy Lee, Jillian Andalina, and Jordan Moore, although our entire team is also here for questions and follow-up discussion. Our presentation this afternoon will largely cover the items that we discussed at Friday's final BRC hearing. I will kick us off with a brief overview, and then my team will walk you through the bulk of our presentation before I wrap up with recommended actions and concluding thoughts. I'll start with an overview of the last 2 months. The proposed budget was released on April 15th. That budget included a number of significant cuts, and those reflected the city's ongoing structural budget deficit. In early May, this council heard hearings over the course of a week to walk through that budget proposal, and then the mayor released a May revise on May 13th. That May revise identified $13.5 million in additional resources, mainly from stronger hotel tax revenue and transfers to the general fund from the golf course fund. The May revise then used those resources to fund $13.5 million in expenditure restorations, including library and rec center hours in districts 4, 8, and 9, as well as shoreline restrooms and funding for youth drop-in centers. Then on Tuesday, June 2nd, my office released IBA Report 26-15. That report identifies additional resources beyond those that are in the May revise, And we also recommend technical adjustments and corrections, and finally incorporate the restoration of programs based on our review of council member budget memos that we received on May 20th. The item before you today is the proposed budget as modified by the May revise, along with the additional modifications that are recommended by the IBA's office. The task of this council today is to adopt a final budget. In doing so, you can make additional modifications, but it is also essential and legally required that the budget that is adopted remains balanced. Turning to our report itself, it is worth noting and highlighting that we identified resources that can support the restoration of all items that were included in a majority of council member memos. This includes partial restoration of arts funding, as well as the Child and Youth Success Program, the Film Program Manager position, CPPS, the Small Business Enhancement Program, and others. At a high level, our report covers 5 main areas. First, we recommend 3 modifications that can be implemented with no net impact to the city's general fund. These are the restoration of arts and cultural funding, an alternative package for homelessness programs, and the transfer of the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement to the City Attorney's Office. These were all supported by a majority of council members in their memos, and my team will walk through each of them. We then identify and recommend an additional $6.6 million in general fund resources based on updated revenue projections, expenditure reductions, and technical corrections. Of this amount, $4.5 million is ongoing. Those identified resources can support all majority supported expenditures as well as other recommended adjustments, which altogether total $2.9 million. That leaves $2.6 million in remaining ongoing resources and $1.1 million in remaining one-time resources. Our office does recommend that the one-time resources be set aside either into reserves or held as excess equity to help protect against upcoming fiscal challenges, although ultimately that will be this council's decision. While the budget that we are discussing today is balanced, it is also worth noting that it is not structurally balanced, and setting aside one-time resources today instead of spending them can help avoid that structural imbalance from growing. That accounted for, there are $2.6 million in remaining ongoing resources. While we have recommended funding all expenditures that were in the memos of a majority of council members, there were additional items that were not in a majority of memos, but were in the memos of 4 council members. Our office has identified resources that can cover some, but not all of those. Chief among those requests was additional library and rec center restorations, along with some potential additional revenue resources. In general, we present each of those items without a recommendation, although in some we actually recommend against pursuing them. My team will walk through these as well. Finally, we discuss additional considerations: the city's structural deficit, the impacts of the trash fee and Balboa Park paid parking settlement that was approved yesterday, and the city's enormous unfunded infrastructure needs. Council should consider all of these as it engages in its final deliberations on the FY27 budget. With that, I will turn this presentation over to Amy.
Thank you very much, Charles. I will first start by highlighting the recommended modifications to the budget that would each have no net impact to the general fund. First, our office proposes a restoration of up to $6 million for the 3 arts and culture grant programs that were eliminated in the proposed budget. All 9 council members supported some type of restoration to these grants. The proposed budget would pay $12.1 million of annual debt service on the 1998 Convention Center expansion bonds from the Special Promotional Programs budget, which is also where arts and culture funding is traditionally coming from. Our office recommends instead using up to $6 million of Measure C funds to partially pay for annual debt service in fiscal year 2027. This would in turn free up $6 million in Special Promotional Programs budget that could then go towards arts and culture. While council may free up to the full $12.1 million amount by using Measure C Convention Center funds, we recommend against using more than $6 million. And there are 2 reasons. First, the County of San Diego has committed almost $3 million for arts program grants, and the Previs Foundation announced they would also provide $3 million for arts and culture funding next year. And second, while the use of Measure C Convention Center funds to pay existing convention center debt service is legally permissible, the convention center faces an operating deficit and large capital needs backlog. The convention center will eventually need significant resources to move forward with a future expansion, which was the primary intent of Measure C. Regarding the $6 million that we do recommend, we should suggest it be allocated to the 3 grant programs proportional to their fiscal year 2026 budgeted amounts. And we previously suggested council consider implementing funding caps to ensure more organizations can be supported. If council members do not support the restoration amount or caps, we recommend noting that in today's final budget action. On homelessness services, the program reductions in the May revision most closely resemble option A from our office's review of the proposed budget, but includes the closure of Arrow Drive safe parking instead of prevention reductions. Our office recommends 3 modifications to the May revision. The modifications were developed by the Housing Commission and in consultation with HSSC. 6 council members supported these program reductions, and a 7th council member supported 3 of the alternate reductions. The recommended alternate reductions include, first, a $1.6 million reduction to the 16th and Newton shelter, $1.3 million less than the May revision. This would result in the reduction of 50 beds, which is less than the estimated 200 to 250 beds reduced in the May revise. While 50 beds would still be reduced, they will be replaced by expanded capacity at another shelter. Next, we recommend the closure of the 37-bed city-funded Lighthouse shelter due to operational challenges running 2 different service models at the same site. This would reduce expenditures by $980,000. However, these beds would continue to operate under a different program without city funding. And lastly, we recommend the use of $406,000 in state grant funding for the family reunification program. These 3 modifications net an additional $42,000 in savings, and we recommend they be used to support additional wind-down funding at the Neil Good Day Center as the program operator transitions to a scaled-down services at a smaller site. The elimination of security at the Old Central Library and safe parking at Arrow Drive and Central Elementary remain unchanged from the May revision. The last recommended modification without a net general fund impact is to restore 1 FTE program manager position in the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement, and transferring all OLLC personnel, revenue, and expenditure from the City Treasurer's Office to the City Attorney's Office. Once in the City Attorney's Office, grant and penalty funding can be used to offset OLSC general fund costs for a net 0 impact. We note that our office has made a technical correction to the table summarizing these adjustments in our report on page 10 to ensure they are budget neutral. This proposal was supported by 7 council members in their budget priority memos. Next, transitioning to our office's recommendations for ongoing and one-time revenue adjustments and resource modifications. Like Charles previously mentioned, our office identified $4.5 million in ongoing resources and $2.1 million in one-time resources for a total of $6.6 million. In later slides, Jillian will detail the exact expenditures, but we were recommending using $1.9 million in ongoing resources and $180,000 in one-time resources for a total of $2.9 million. This leaves $2.6 million in ongoing resources and $1.1 million in one-time resources remaining. Given the structural budget deficit and economic uncertainty, we'd like to stress the importance of not using any ongoing remaining resources for any new ongoing expenditures that could exacerbate the deficit. Additionally, we recommend leaving one-time remaining resources as excess equity or reserves contribution to help address any unexpected needs in fiscal year 2027. This table breaks down where our office identified ongoing resources based on revenue adjustments, expenditure reductions, and technical adjustments. We identified additional ongoing revenue from the transient occupancy tax, sales tax, and an increased reimbursable amount from the low moderate income housing asset fund. However, these resource increases are more than offset by decreases in property taxes, cannabis business taxes, and a reduced transfer from the parking meter operations fund to net $319,000 in reduced revenue. Our office also identified budget expenditure reductions that could be made due to revised November election cost projections, revised property management cost projections for 101 Ash Street, and the reduction of 1 FTE public affairs program manager in the police department, the latter of which was supported by 5 council members. These expenditure reductions net to $3.4 million in ongoing savings. Lastly, we identified a technical correction to the Transnet transfer to the general fund, adjusted the demolition of a building at Liberty Station as ongoing to instead be one time, reverse the errant transfer of one FTE hazardous material inspector 2 from the refuse disposal fund to the general fund, and corrected the FTE count and personnel expenditures of a recreation center restoration error. These corrections net 1.5 million in ongoing savings. Finally, we note that our report identified updated residual RPTTF as a potential resource, but with an amount listed as TBD. Since the release of a report, the RPTTF allocations were finalized, and they will have a negative impact of $185,000 on our fiscal year 2027 resources, and recommends that be reflected in any final budget motion today. This list breaks down the 8 one-time resources our office identified that nets to $2.1 million. Of these one-time resources, we would like to highlight the $621,000 in savings identified in the Performance and Analytics Department after working with Panda to identify additional savings. These savings include budgeted personnel expenditure savings from holding 3 positions vacant and changes to the cost sharing for GIS mapping program licenses. Excess equity in fiscal year 2026 is not proposed as a one-time resource to be used in fiscal year 2027 because of elevated risks associated with budgeted but not yet received revenue in fiscal year 2026. Additionally, our office recommends leaving the remaining 1.1 million in unused one-time resources for potential excess equity or reserve contributions in fiscal year 2027. Now, I will hand it over to Jillian.
Thank you, Amy. Now I'll go over our office's recommended expenditure modifications, which includes all majority supported items in councilmember budget modification memos. They mostly fell within the category of ongoing expenditures, with 7 items totaling 1.9 million. First, there's 900,000 for council's community projects, programs, and service grants, or CPPS, which equates to $100,000 per council office. We note that this amount could be reduced or made one time to free up ongoing resources for other things. Next is $336,000 to restore the Child and Youth Success Program Coordinator, with $100,000 for contracted youth services. We also recommend placing this position in the mayor's office to strengthen policy involvement and coordination. There's $263,000 to restore the city auditor's budget. This is partially offset by a $55,000 one-time cut to the office it recommended or requested to take instead. There's $215,000 to restore the filming program manager, $165,000 to restore the cut to our office to avoid staffing reductions, $21,000 for the addition of a deputy city clerk 2 in the clerk's office, which is net of anticipated passport revenue, and finally $20,000 for ongoing licensing costs for the new case management system for the Ethics Commission. We also have 3 recommended one-time items totaling $980,000. The first is restoring the base budget for the Small Business Enhancement Program at $750,000. Second is funding for the Office of the Commission on Police Practices Complaint and Investigation Management System for $200,000. This item actually had support from 4 council members, but we were able to identify savings within the office to offset much of the cost. And finally is the one-time portion of the new Ethics Commission software system for $30,000. So that completes our formal recommendations, which again includes all majority supported items. After funding them, we have $3.7 million in remaining resources, of which $2.6 million is ongoing. When looking at items supported by 4 council members, there are an additional items totaling $4.4 million. With the remaining resources, only a portion of those items could be funded. And because of that, we present the following items as potential additions and are not part of our recommendation. Before going into them, we want to again stress the importance of keeping the city's long-term fiscal stability in mind and constraining the addition of any new ongoing expenditures, especially if they would worsen the structural budget deficit. First is the full restoration of both recreation center and library hours totaling $2.9 million. For both of these, our office includes location by location costs to guide any partial restorations. Next is $592,000 for the police department front counter staffing, which would lift the hiring freeze for these positions. Next is council funding for Arts, Culture, and Community Festival Grants, or ACCF, for $450,000, or $50,000 per office. There's $222,000 to restore 24-hour security at the Storage Connect Center, in line with the initial agreement with the community. We do note that security has been reduced since January, and both HSSD and the police department report no operational impacts or security concerns. However, if there was a break-in and any items were lost, that could have severe impacts on individuals experiencing homelessness. Finally, there was support for restoring a chief operating officer by promoting one existing deputy chief operating officer. The net cost would be about $194,000 based on timing and salary assumptions, which would vary if implemented. Now I will cover additional potential resources supported by several council members or identified by our office. Some have significant drawbacks, so we recommend against pursuing them, as shown in red on the slide. First is the elimination of Axon My90 software in the police department. This doesn't produce general fund savings because it isn't budgeted within the general fund. Next is implementation of 2 officer units in the police department. We recommend against this item as it would result in a 40% reduction in patrol vehicles, which would lead to fuel savings, but would likely have detrimental impacts to response times, especially in divisions with large geographic service areas. To address response times, it would require increased overtime costs, leading to likely no savings or potentially increased costs instead. Another option is one that our office identified, which is reallocating homelessness state grant funds that support the Regional Task Force on Homelessness for its HMIS system used to report program outcomes and service utilization. However, this would require the task force to find alternative funding for this. 4 council members supported the exploration of cost savings through reductions to car allowances, cell phones, and non-essential travel expenses. $616,000 is the maximum estimate we have for this, since it doesn't account for increases related to employees submitting for mileage reimbursements or travel that's still likely needed. Eliminating cell phone costs would also require labor discussions that may also have offsetting costs, so we recommend against that option. Next is cancellation of the automated license plate reader, or ALPR contract. This is a service bundled with the Ubiquia contract for the use of smart streetlights. To cancel ALPR only would require contract renegotiation to determine a savings amount, which we don't have identified at the moment. Alternatively, the whole contract could be terminated with 30 days notice, which would lead to $2 million in savings. We also raised for consideration an item that would require action to make fees for public safety support at special events organized by nonprofits 100% cost recoverable instead of providing existing discounts. This would generate up to $2.1 million. And finally, 4 council members asked our office to identify $3 million in cuts to departments with higher unclassified staff, such as Panda and Communications Department. We identified $621,000 in one-time savings for Panda, which is included in our recommendations. Since this falls short of the $3 million target, we provided additional information on the major activities of both departments with associated costs, as well as high-level potential impacts of reducing these functions should council decide that they are no longer a priority. It should be noted that other departments with higher proportions of unclassified staff are in other departments, including independent or elected official offices. With that, I'll hand it off to Jordan.
Thank you, Jillian. So before we conclude, again, there are additional considerations that we believe the council and the public should be made aware of and should be present in your minds as you go about making your final budget decisions today. Next slide. The first is the city's structural budget deficit. And while some progress has been made on addressing the long-term structural budget deficit, the overall problem remains unsolved and the budget is currently constructed. The May revise is still structurally imbalanced by about $15.3 million. But if reserve contributions in line with the current reserve policy were included, that imbalance would grow to $95.4 million. We note in our report, no reserve contributions have been made since 2023, and fiscal year 2022 was the last time the city had reserves in line with what the policy would have called for. Additionally, while projections in April showed a smaller deficit of $32.9 million for 2028 and a potential surplus in fiscal year 2029, those projections are now no longer viable. I'll discuss the impacts of the settlement from yesterday on the next slide, but the impacts of that settlement will result in long-term revenue declines. There are also, however, additional cost pressures, such as both the finalized and still to be negotiated labor contracts, that while the ones that have been approved to date have limited cost impact in the near term, they're currently projected to increase costs significantly beginning in FY 2029 and beyond. And I will note that most likely doesn't also include the impacts for things that you heard about yesterday. There are also cost pressures from potential litigation and financial exposure due to failing infrastructure, which when combined with everything else suggests there is a lot more work that will need to be done to improve the city's longstanding financial issues. It is crucial that the city consider how to right-size the organization in order to avoid the perpetuating cycle of annual budget cuts and restore the public confidence that will be needed to address this as well as other issues. As mentioned, the recently approved agreements from yesterday on solid waste fees and parking in Balboa Park are not anticipated at this time to have an impact on the 2027 budget, but they will result in ongoing revenue declines. On the solid waste fees, rates are now reduced for fiscal year 28 and 2029, which combined with mitigating actions that you heard about yesterday, will most likely result in an increased general fund spending of around $10.8 million in 28 and $10 million in 2029, and would potentially be that amount or larger in every year thereafter unless a new cost of service study is completed. The mitigating actions, again, mostly include lower service levels, such as the elimination of bulk and pickup and weekly recycling, which, if the council did wish to maintain those levels, would require additional fund contributions. Additionally, now that fees are locked in place and with, as I mentioned, any unanticipated cost increases for waste collection, such as labor costs, vehicle maintenance, and disposal fees, will require additional general fund resources to fund a service that is not provided to all of the city's residents, but is only provided to some based on the municipal code. Given this general fund exposure, our office recommends that environmental services develop and produce a 5-year financial outlook that covers their operations, particularly but not exclusively funded by the Solid Waste Management Fund, that can be presented alongside the general fund and PUD outlooks every year. On Balboa paid parking, at this point, and when we wrote this report, there was no anticipated impact for 2027. Again, now that parking is set to remain in place to the end of the calendar year. We had anticipated that revenue from the zoo would remain about $3 million. I will note this is possibly up in the air. It is a rapidly changing development, but as far as our report was concerned, we assumed that $3 million would stay. For the non-zoo parking lots, updated revenue projections with these lots are now based on recent experience, would indicate that the overall revenues if paid parking had not been eliminated would have been above the amounts included in the current budget. Based on the half year of revenue and combined with the reduction in expenses to the non-zoo lots, would result in a net zero budget impact to the general fund for 27. However, this would lower ongoing net revenue by about $9.4 million beginning in 2028 and obviously continuing thereafter. Lastly, even if it is possible to right-size the city's day-to-day operations with ongoing revenue, it would still not resolve the ongoing infrastructure funding deficit, which as of the last CIP outlook was around $7.8 billion over the next 5 years. As is usual, stormwater remains the driving force behind this ever-increasing deficit, with current capital budgets mostly relying on reactive needs and emergency funding. However, stormwater is not the only major asset with a deficit, as there are also significant deficits for streets, streetlights, sidewalks, parks, and public safety assets such as police and fire stations. Without additional funding, mostly I would note for capital renewal of the existing infrastructure or funding to add new infrastructure called for in community plans or other documents, the city's current infrastructure is basically set to go in a run-to-fail mode, which as mentioned will increase financial liabilities for the city, reducing resources for other operating services in the long run. Additionally, maintenance of existing infrastructure continues to be underfunded, quickening the run-to-failure cycle. While the May revision and the budget modifications presented do return some service levels, facility maintenance, which ensures that services have a place to happen, is still being cut. This is an issue that, due to its magnitude, will require significant new revenue, as even the wholesale elimination of some current city services would not generate the savings necessary to address the infrastructure funding gap. And now I'll hand it back to Charles to conclude.
Great. Thank you, Jordan. So that brings us to our final recommended actions. Taking these actions would result in the adoption of a balanced FY27 budget. The first two actions on this slide are to adopt the proposed budget as modified by the May revise and as modified by my office's recommendations. We do note that our report identified $3.7 million in additional resources for which we do not make recommendations, and council could allocate this amount to additional expenditures today, although we do suggest that one-time amounts identified be reserved. Finally, we make three recommendations that would provide for additional arts funding, provide an alternative package of homelessness program, as well as the transfer of the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement to the City Attorney's Office, all of which can be accomplished without any impacts to the city's general fund. With that, I will wrap up with a few observations. Next slide. First, there is some good news here. Adopting a balanced budget for FY27 that includes meaningful majority-supported service restorations is possible. Our office identified sufficient resources to fund all of the modifications that were supported by a majority of this council. The arts and culture restorations, the alternative homelessness package, and the OLSE transfer can all be done with no net impact to the general fund, and that is a real achievement given the fiscal environment that we are working in. But I also want to be direct about what adopting a balanced budget today will not accomplish. It will not solve the city's structural fiscal issues. Our structural deficit will persist into FY28 with a gap of nearly $33 million projected out of the proposed budget that will likely grow. The small surplus that was once projected in FY29 is also unlikely given the impacts of the settlement and labor costs that we discussed. And the city's unfunded infrastructure backlog at nearly $8 billion over the next 5 years alone will continue to compound every year that it goes unaddressed. The ongoing misalignment between the city's revenues and the cost of city services that residents expect, particularly around infrastructure, cannot be solved through cuts in efficiencies alone. We have stated this before. The numbers continue to bear this out. And addressing this misalignment will ultimately require a significant new revenue source. Securing that new revenue will require a future public vote, and to that end, building and maintaining public trust cannot just be a political consideration, but must be a fiscal consideration as well. And so as you consider any additional modifications beyond those that my office has recommended, I urge each council member to weigh this reality against your final budget decisions. The decisions that you make today will either strengthen or weaken the foundation for the conversation that the city needs to have with its residents about the true costs of city services and the revenues that are needed to provide them sustainably. And to the members of the public that are here this afternoon, for those of you that are here to advocate for more restorations, please consider that identifying what you want funded only addresses half of what's needed. The other half is ensuring that the city has the ongoing resources needed to pay for them. Our current resource constraints mean that any major restoration or new program can only be funded by cutting something else. Without additional revenue, this will remain the case. And additional resources, as I said, will ultimately require a public vote. So if you are here today to ask this council to provide more funding for services that you rightly care about, I would also encourage you to have that same conversation with your neighbors, because this council alone cannot solve the resource side of that equation. With that, my team and I are available and look forward to this afternoon's discussion.
All right. Thank you, Charles. Thank you to your entire office for the very deep and thoughtful identification of expenditures and resources, validating them as necessary, and the candor in which you express that throughout your team. So with that, Clerk, please proceed with public comment.
Thank you, Council President. We do have a little over 2 hours of public comment here in council chambers and about 16 people with their hands raised in the virtual queue. So it will be 1 minute per person. As noted previously, if I call your name in a batch, it's to come up to the front row in the yellow reserve seats to make it easier for you to get up to the microphone. We will be starting with Greg Sausdros, I'm sorry. But you know. I'm off to a bad start today, my apologies. But you have time ceded to you by Rudy Lamberia. Rudy, can you please raise your hand? Rudy, can you please raise your hand? She does need to be, or he or she, they need to be present for them to cede you time. So I will go to Robert Morales. Robert Morales, please come up. You have time ceded by Sarah Lopez. Can you please raise your hand? And then if I can have the following individuals, please come up to the yellow reserve seats. Dan Goodman, Fernanda Flores, Doris Nguyen, Stephen Gelb, and Aquila Templeton. If you can all please come up to the yellow reserve seats. Robert, you'll have 2 minutes. Please start when ready.
Excellent, and thank you. Good afternoon, Council President and council members. My name is Robert Morales, and I am the business representative from IATSE Local 122. I represent more than 2,600 arts and entertainment convention and trade show workers throughout San Diego County. I want to thank council members Lee and Foster for spearheading a plan of action to address the proposed 2027 budget cuts to the arts and culture funding. So kudos. I also want to recognize County Supervisor Monica Stepp and the San Diego Previs Foundation for stepping forward and taking action to support our region's arts community. These proposed cuts would have real impact on working families, local businesses, cultural organizations, and thousands of workers who help bring arts, entertainment, conventions, and community events to life in San Diego. Arts and culture are not expenses to be cut. They are investments. They strengthen our community, enrich our neighborhoods, and create jobs. I urge all council members to vote yes on this common sense proposal and demonstrate your commitment to preserving San Diego's vibrant arts and culture sector. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Greg. Is Rudy back in? Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. My name is Greg Sawisderzal, President, IATSE 122. I represent the workers who build, load in, run, and support live entertainment, theater, film, television, conventions, and cultural events throughout this region. I'm here today to speak in favor of the budget before you. I know this has been a difficult budget year, and I want to acknowledge the work that has been done to listen, adjust, and respond to the community. In particular, I want to thank Council President Pro Tem Lee, as well as Budget Chair Foster for the leadership in restoring arts and culture funding for the council, and the council and IBA for preserving the city's film office position. Arts and culture are Arts and culture are not just line items. They are workers, stages, classrooms, neighborhood events, museums, theaters, music, dance, film, and the organizations that make San Diego feel like San Diego. These dollars touched institutions like the Old Globe, the San Diego Opera, the Symphony, San Diego Musical Theater, and many smaller organizations across the city. I also want to thank you for preserving the city's film office position. That position is not just paperwork, it is the front door for productions that want to film here and bring crew, hotel rooms, catering, parking, local spending, and national visibility to San Diego. I also want to acknowledge the convention center. For my members, it is not abstract. It is one of the most important workplaces in this city. Its expansion and modernization must remain part of the long-term conversation. They are connected pieces of the same economy. So I support this budget because it keeps the door open, but this restoration should be seen as a bridge, not just the finish line. It gives the city philanthropy, labor, tourism, and the creative community time to build something more permanent. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dan Goodman. Dan Goodman, are you here? Fernanda Flores, did you have to be present when they're here? Fernanda Flores, you have time ceded to you by Matt Carr. Thank you so much. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair LaCava and esteemed council members. My name is Fernanda Flores. I am also a 28-year resident of District 4 and the political director with IATSE Local 122. Today, we're proudly representing 1,500 stagehands throughout San Diego and Coachella Valley. We urge you to vote yes on the updated budget proposal, including potential modifications by 4 council members. Arts and culture is often viewed as an extra. For the people I represent, it is not. It is an economic engine and a source of employment for thousands of workers who keep our theaters, cultural institutions, and community spaces running. When arts funding is cut, jobs are lost, opportunities disappear, and communities suffer. As we look at the state of the world today, uncertainty is hitting workers at every level, from federal funding cuts and economic instability to challenges at the state level. Working families are facing growing job insecurity and threats to their careers, wondering whether their jobs will be there tomorrow. This issue is also deeply personal to me. Growing up, I was a beneficiary of city-funded recreation center programs. For 7 years, my father made sacrifices so my siblings and I could take Taekwondo classes at Encano Rec Center with Mr. Evans, a veteran and a mentor who helped shape my confidence and discipline as a brown woman. My father believed that investing in those opportunities would give us the tools, not just to survive, but to thrive. Today, I stand before you as proof of what public investment in community programs can accomplish. The decisions you make today will determine whether the next generation of San Diegans has those same opportunities. On behalf of IATSE Local 122, thank you for listening with empathy, for finding solutions and continuing to stand with working families and investing in the jobs and communities that make San Diego the finest city. Thank you.
Thank you for that concluding remark. Doris Nguyen. After Doris Nguyen, we're going to have Stephen Gelb, Akila Templeton, Jim Whalen, Joyce Sanyata, and Nicole Murray Ramirez. If you can please come up to the yellow reserve seats. Please proceed.
My name is Doris Nguyen, resident of District 1, speaking as a volunteer with San Diego 350. I'm here today to ask that you fund the multimodal road safety team in the fiscal year 27 budget. Why? Because cutting plans for bicycle lanes and crosswalks makes our communities less safe. In addition, improving bicycle lanes, crosswalks, and other multimodal measures make it more attractive for people to drive less, reducing emissions and pollution that contribute to climate change. We understand that resources are tight, but we believe there are places in the budget where money can be saved and used to fund multimodal road safety teams. Specifically, use Transnet or RMRA funds and prioritize safety over other transportation priorities, cancel the flock surveillance contract, and end taxpayer-funded subsidies for police at Petco Park. Thank you very much. Without the team, we aren't going to see new bike lanes or crosswalks for a long time. Thank you for listening.
Stephen Gelb.
My name is Stephen Gelb, and I'm the board president of San Diego 350. I urge you to restore the multimodal team to the budget. Consider that up to 30% of San Diegans cannot drive because of age, disability, license suspension, or not being able to afford a car. Deprioritizing biking infrastructure at this moment, when residents are being squeezed by the cost of car ownership and high gas prices, sends the message that the city's transportation network is for those who can afford to drive and not for everyone. I also support the River Park Foundation's push for the West Valley River crossing. I recently cycled across the river on Morena Boulevard, and cars whizzed by me and cut me off as they accelerated onto highway ramps. The crossing would transform this situation. It would also be a recreational asset, allowing San Diegans to enjoy the river's natural beauty. Thank you.
Thank you. Akila Templeton. Akila, you have time ceded to you by Marshall Anderson. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President and members of the City Council. Good afternoon, Mayor Gloria. My name is Akila Templeton, and I serve as the CEO of Veterans Village of San Diego. As you all can imagine, the initial budget proposal generated significant concern among our unhoused veteran clients, their families, and of course, our staff. Many fear displacement of the veterans who are currently residing on our campus to make room for a new opioid treatment program. So today, I'm here to first thank the San Diego Housing Commission for updating its budget priority memorandum to clarify that a site for these treatment beds has not yet been determined. I'd also like to thank the independent budget analyst for noting in the budget modification report that Veterans Village of San Diego is no longer being contemplated. And then lastly, because VVSD remains referenced in the mayor's revised budget, I would respectfully request that today's action clearly reflect the understanding that no site has been selected and that the Veterans Village of San Diego campus is not being considered for this proposal. Thank you all for your time and have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Are you Dan Goodman?
That's me. Sorry, nature called.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Dan Goodman. I'm a local videographer and a stagehand with IATSE Local 122. People visit San Diego for the beaches and the weather, but what makes them stay and come back and build a life here is the culture that we create together. It's in the theaters, it's in the music, it's in the conventions, and it's in the festivals that bring our neighborhoods to life. As someone who works behind the scenes, I can tell you that every performance represents hundreds of hours worked by local people here. Workers, artists, technicians, and small businesses throughout our city. This funding isn't just an investment in the arts, it's an investment in San Diego's identity, our economy, and our community. I appreciate the leadership and the collaboration that has brought this proposal forward, and I urge you guys to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Whalen?
Good afternoon, Council President LaCava, members of the commission, I'm not on the commission anymore, City Council, and hello, Mayor. I am here in my personal capacity because this is real life and it's important. While the budget is important all around, I'm here for the arts and with some concern on flock. I want to thank Tony Rouse, by the way, for consistently highlighting these issues and forcing me to pay attention better. I like what I'm hearing about restoring the arts funding. That's great. And I would like to get it back to 100%. Flock, however, is a different story. Both sides have valid points here. It is a force multiplier, indeed. But it also gives me concerns about empowering police on accountability. There have been already some bad false identifications, not to mention the easy misuse of data. That said, there is a value to flock. And if we are going to fund any of it, at least why don't we use it where it should be targeted and where it's being needed? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Joyce Senyata?
Our city needs a new vision that fosters all components of our budget. Dear public, all of you are at the very top of our city's organization chart. Our city has a structural budget deficit. For our city to become the great city we strive for so we can all thrive, we need a new vision, a noble vision, a noble vision. Dear public, special shout out to our mayor. What vision would you fight for? What are we fighting for? Do we really know? In my opinion, a new vision is the kickstart we need for the boldness we need and to unravel and solve our structural budget deficit. Thank you for listening. It's great to be here with all of you today. Love to all.
Nicole Marie Ramirez, if you can please come forward.
Good afternoon, buenos dias. Today I'm speaking to you as the chair of the San Diego GLBT Historians. We support funding for the San Diego Police Department, especially funding for ALPR. For us in the LGBT community, it's not about technology. It's about safety, about results, and a proven record of stopping crime, especially hate crimes. ALPR help investigators identify and arrest criminals who have been driving by gay nightclubs and shooting at these establishments with pellet guns, not only causing serious physical harm, but creating fear and hate. When criminals sprayed painted swastikas and hateful homophobic slurs in Hillcrest, ALPR also helped catch the criminals. The bottom line is this tool is working, it solves crime, protects all communities, and makes better use of limited police resources. As a senior, I can also tell you it makes us also feel safer in our community.
Thank you for that concluding sentence. Barry Edelstein, if you can please come forward to the microphone. And then if I can have the following individuals, please come forward to the yellow reserve seats. Marcela Terran, Larry Webb, Janie Emerson, Catherine Douglas, Bear Wolf, Nicole Lilly, Kevin Venno, and Karina Pugh. If you can all please come forward to the first row. Barry, you have time ceded to you by James Lawson. Thank you. Peter Comiskey. Oh, sorry, no, just by James Lawson. They got connected. You have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thanks. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Barry Edelstein with the Old Globe. I'm here to urge you to vote for this budget. This has been a tough process, and the conversations we've all been having have been hard. But on behalf of a constituency of 250,000 people served by the Old Globe, 30,000 of them served for free, and on behalf of nearly 1,200 full and part-time employees, many of them union labor, I want to thank you all for your hard work. We're grateful in particular to Councilmember Lee, Councilmember Foster for their innovative approach to solving this problem, and also to the partnership of the county and the great Prebys Foundation for their visionary participation. But I want to thank the entire council because we know, those of us in the arts sector, that all 9 council members have expressed their support for the arts and culture in our city. We see that, we recognize it, and we're grateful for it. What's happened over this past month is that our sector has really come together. It has expressed a sense of solidarity that I have not seen in the 14 years that I've been in San Diego. I moved here from New York City, where there is a very sophisticated approach to public funding for the arts. We have a lot to learn from that place. When I came here, I knew that my life was going to be enhanced. I look back on 14 years and I see that I've been living an extraordinarily blessed existence to be the head of one of the greatest arts institutions in the country. When I look at the hard work that this council is doing, the hard work that the city is doing to really express its understanding of what the arts can contribute to the quality of life of every San Diegan, it makes me want to redouble my efforts to find a really permanent solution, a stable solution that the city can boast about, and we can go to New York and say, we know how to fund the arts in a way that you guys haven't even dreamed of. So I look forward to working with all of you and to you too, Mr. Mayor, on a solution that's going to make San Diego proud. Thanks again for your support. Let's please move forward from here. Thanks.
Thank you. And as noted, I had some paperclip to a different speaker slip. So Peter Kaminsky and Jesus Martin, if you can please come forward. And Jesus Martin, if you can please come forward to the yellow reserve seats. Peter, you can come up to the microphone. Yours was next. It was just paperclipped.
Council President, members of the Council, Peter Comiskey, Balboa Park Cultural Partnership. Thanks for your overwhelming public comments regarding arts and culture and your shared dedication for a vibrant, world-class San Diego. If I had time, I could walk through each and every one of you and the great comments you have made in support. I want to recognize the incredible collaborative work of Christina Martinez with Arts and Culture San Diego and Bob Lehman from Arts Matters, together with the hundreds of advocates and thousands of members of the general public who expressed their opinions through multiple channels. Members of the Cultural Partnership are very grateful to Council President Pro Tem Kent Lee, Budget Chair Foster, Grant Oliphant from Prebys Foundation, and Supervisor Montgomery. We urge you to return arts and culture funding to the highest possible level flagged by Council Member President Pro Tem Lee to ensure that we have no longer an ongoing battle that impacts arts and culture every
Thank you for that concluding sentence. Jesus Martin?
Hello, my name is Jesus Martin Gallegos Munoz, and I am speaking on behalf of the Chicano Federation and in solidarity with the Community Budget Alliance. The contradictions in this budget are impossible to ignore. Somehow, there's always more money for criminalization and surveillance, but not for investing in youth and working class people and in historically disadvantaged communities. Passing a budget that only allocates the bare minimum for youth, public spaces, environmental justice, and housing protections is not fair for us. It's not fair for the marginalized community members of East Village, Encanto, Convoy, Linda Vista, San Isidro, and Southeast. If you truly value your communities as much as you say you do, then cancel Flock and allocate more funds for libraries, parks, stormwater infrastructure, and the Office of Child and Youth Success. Gracias.
Marcela Terran? Marcela, you have people seating you time. Marty Zimmerman, if you can please raise your hand. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Marcella Turan. I'm in charge of, as a volunteer, of 92 block captains. And I've heard everybody here, because I've been here many times, that safety is important, right? Safety is important no matter what community we're from. So my community of Neighborhood Watches urges you today to support the ALPR technology. And a good example is the recent kidnapping of the woman who was taken by her ex-boyfriend and shoved in a car. And the way they found her was through the ALPR. These are real life people. And I wish it wasn't such a hard decision, but we're talking about safety in your community, safety in mine. And cutting the San Diego police budget and removing a tool to help solve crimes in each one of our communities is really an effort to defund the police. That's what we're talking about. And that's great for all the people who don't like the police, but police cannot be judged as a general group. You have to look at them, they're people and they're individuals. If you do cut out these tools and continue to put the pressure on them, it's going to allow decreased morale, and they're not going to be able to solve crimes as fast as they have been with the ALPR. So please make your decision with an open mind and not prejudice, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Larry Webb, if you can please come forward. Larry Webb, you have time ceded to you by Nikki Zimmerman. Sorry, I just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Larry Webb, a founding member of the Coastal Coalition. We strongly oppose defunding the San Diego Police Department. To be clear, failing to fund the continued use of ALPRs effectively reduces the department's ability to protect the public. Government's foremost responsibility is public safety. There is no dispute that our police department is understaffed. Eliminating a proven force multiplier will only worsen the challenges created by the current officer shortage. While ALPR technology is not perfect, it remains one of the most effective tools available. Until a better alternative exists, such as funding hundreds of additional officers, it should continue to be supported. Cutting 40% of the beach maintenance positions from the Park and Rec budget may have significant unintended consequences. This team is responsible for constructing the protective berms around Mission Bay each winter. With a 40% reduction in staffing, the department may be unable to perform this critical work, increasing the risk of flooding for hundreds of homes. Such flooding could expose the city to substantial liability and potentially result in millions of dollars of property damage claims. In addition, San Diego beaches are among the city's most valuable assets and a primary attraction for visitors. Maintaining clean, well-kept beaches is essential to preserving the visitor experience. A decline in beach maintenance could negatively impact tourism, resulting in a drop in TOT and sales tax revenues. We all recognize that certain items in our personal budgets are necessities, such as food and shelter. we fund those needs before spending on discretionary items. Government funding budgets should follow the same principle. Until public safety and long-term infrastructure needs are fully funded, discretionary
for that
programs
concluding
should
comment.
take a lower priority.
Thank you for that concluding comment. Janie Emerson.
Good afternoon, Council. Safety is priority number one. If we aren't safe in the city, then the rest of the budget doesn't make any difference. I know there's a big concern about privacy relative to the ALPRs. How many people here have a smartphone? How many people have a smart watch? How many people are on social media, have an Alexis device in their house, have a Ring doorbell, or do other things on Google and research things? I'm here to tell you that if you do, worldwide, there's a profile on you, on all of your preferences and everything you want. You have no privacy. The ALPRs simply read license plates. They save lives and solve crimes. Please continue to fund this key element of our San Diego Police Department. Thank you.
Catherine Douglas, if you can please come forward.
Good afternoon. This council has a choice. Are you going to look at our communities in the face and say you're willing to give up a truly effective, accurate tool that is proven time and time again to accelerate the capture of murderers, human traffickers, robbers, burglars, hit-and-run drivers, fugitives, kidnappers, perpetrators of domestic violence, and perpetrators of other violent crimes? Or are you going to do the right thing and fund this game-changing technology that has provided critical investigative leads that aid SDPD in solving cases faster and with greater accuracy? ALPRs are investigative accelerator and force multiplier for our understaffed police department. They generate real-time leads that result in far safer communities. The expectation of privacy is moot. We are all being tracked by our smartphones, smart TVs, voice assistants, security cameras, laptops, and wireless routers. Do the right thing.
Thank
Please
you for
do
that
not
concluding
defund the
sentence.
police.
Bear Wolf.
I only have a minute, so I'll go quick. First of all, thank you for all of this opportunity. Secondly, I come to you today not to speak to you, but to speak to your humanity. As a college professor in the humanities, I can tell you, we teach at Miramar, we teach the police, we teach the fire force, and without understanding what humanity is, they are useless. And also, when it comes to this flock technology, things of this nature, please do your research and not Google AI assistant, but actual research like I tell my students. These things do not work. There are people getting arrested because the facial recognition is making mistakes. And please remember that your daughter, your son has a favorite story. You have a favorite song. That song got you through the worst breakup of your life. These are the human things that we need because that's what defeats crime. And all the research shows that. And I'll leave you with this quote from Dune, which everyone here knows about. Once men turn their thinking over to machines in the hope that this world will set them free, they only permit other men
Thank you for that
machines to
concluding
enslave them.
sentence.
Thank you.
Nicole Lilly. And if I can have Kevin Veno, Karina Pugh, Christine Martinez, Bob Lehman, Michael Warburton, Khalid Alexander, Lucky Aiden, and Hamaira Yosefi, please come up to the front row. Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Nicole Lilly. I'm a renter, resident of District 3, and the executive director of Our Time to Act. The investments you make today have impacts far beyond the next fiscal year. We're done pleading. We are demanding investments in a future where all San Diegans can thrive. Let me be clear. That future is free from surveillance. It is free from bloated police budgets and subsidies for the wealthy. That future invests in the community. It has a fully resourced Office of Child and Youth Success. It prioritizes stormwater infrastructure and housing. It funds parks and arts and creates safe spaces for San Diegans to thrive amongst friends and family rather than under invasive camera lenses and abusive officers. I am a queer organizer in San Diego. I am a young person in San Diego, and I am telling you that flock surveillance and any kind of surveillance is harmful and dangerous to our communities. It does not create safety. It is a proven failure of technology, and us having smartphones and technology is not a license to surveil our communities. Thank you.
Kevin Veno.
Kevin, before you come up, we were doing really good But I know that passion and excitement with people you agree and disagree with is starting to bubble up. The professor that spoke, I didn't hear his last part of his probably excellent comments because people started getting excited by what he was saying. Give everybody a chance, whether you like what they're saying or don't like, so that we can hear them clearly. They took a long time to sit here and wait patiently for their chance for 1 or 2 minutes. So let's give everybody a chance to speak and allow all of us to hear them. Go ahead.
Thank you, council members. My name is Kevin. I'm with Our Time to Act, a youth-led 501c3 nonprofit. I'm a resident of District 1 and on the La Jolla Community Planning Group, and I'm urging you guys not to continue funding FLOC. We do not want mass surveillance in our city, and this funding is millions of dollars that could be better spent in other projects that actually help citizens instead of stalking citizens. We know that FLOC has shared their data with the federal government that has been going after residents in our community. We would rather see this funding go to projects like OCYS, which is the Office of Child and Youth Success, which helps young people across the city. They're a very small budget. They're only $350,000, and they bring in millions of dollars in grant-specific funding. Right now in the San Diego Unified School District, 8% of students and their families are going to experience homelessness in the San Diego Unified School District. So it is really critical that we give funding to the Office of Child and Youth Success to really help out with youth issues, because it also affects the families that are supporting youth here in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina Pugh.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Karina Pugh. My pronouns are she, her, and I am speaking today on behalf of the San Diego LGBT Community Center. I'm asking the council today to take bold action and vote to pass a budget that invests in every San Diegan, especially our most underserved communities, including the queer and trans folks living in our city. Time and time again, our community shows up to these budget hearings to ask our elected leaders to invest in us, the people. Today, we're asking you to do it again, to invest in our youth by ensuring programs like the Office of Child and Youth Success remain funded and accessible to the public, to invest in our LGBTQ+ community by ensuring the opioid settlement fund allocation in the May revise remains allocated to substance use disorder services for the community, to invest in what we say makes San Diego America's finest city, our arts, our culture, and the people who keep the creative heart of San Diego beating. Please ensure that the city's budget invests in the entire San Diego community. Thank you.
Christine Martinez.
Good afternoon. I'm Christine Martinez from Arts and Culture San Diego. I'm here to support Council President Pro Tem Lee and Budget Chair Henry Foster in their plan to restore much of the arts and culture budget. Thank you to both of you, and thank you to all 9 of our city council members who have been so vocally supportive of arts and culture throughout this budget process. We appreciate you taking the time to listen to hundreds of our arts and culture community who emailed your offices, called, rallied, and gave public testimony. It is obvious you understood the very real risk to our community. We appreciate this plan to get us through to next year as we work toward a more sustainable plan. Let's keep the arts and culture economic engine fueled and ready to work for San Diego. Thank you.
Bob Lehman, if you can please come forward. Bob Lehman.
Good afternoon, Council President and City Council members. I'm here to thank President Pro Tem Kent Lee and Councilmember Foster for their great plan, working together with the Prebys Foundation to restore much of the funding for arts and culture, and also, more importantly, looking at the collaborative efforts of working with the county and foundations in the future to resolve this problem going forward. We look forward to working with you and the mayor and the mayor's office going forward to make this something that doesn't happen every year, but a plan that works great for our entire region. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Warburton, if you can please come forward.
I'd like to clarify something for the budget team. The county's arts funding is going directly to artists and not for operational support. That's important because the Model Railroad Museum, we need that operational support. In shoulder seasons, I look at the OSP funding as payrolls, right? That gets us through the hard times. And especially now, we're still going to be dealing with 6 months of hard times with the paid parking. So thank you in advance for voting for this modified budget. And also too, I'm really looking forward to leaning in with the arts community and with City Council to really figure out a long-term solution for the arts funding. It needs to happen. It's been on the plan for what, 12 years now, something like that. So let's finally pull the trigger and make this thing happen. Thank you.
Khalid Alexander.
Yeah, hello, Council. Khalid Alexander, born and raised in San Diego. And ever since this guy over here was elected and we had a majority Democratic Senate up here, I've never been as ashamed to be a San Diegan and as proud to be from District 4. Today, you have a very simple question. You're going to either vote to support and fund the police or you're going to support the people. We're asking you that you support the people. Are you going to support the police whose union dues go to funding the MAGA agenda, or are you going to support people who are targets of the pro-MAGA agenda? We request that you support the people who are begging you to support programs that prevent crime and that you defund the police that continue to perpetuate the crime that we're talking about. Support the people, fuck the police, invest in programs that prevent crime, not the police who perpetuate it. Thank you.
Lucky Aiden?
Good afternoon, council members. Lucky Eating with PANA and the Trust SD Coalition. Over the past several weeks, you've heard directly from community members on what matters to us. We asked you to invest in our neighborhoods, fund parks, libraries, arts, and youth programs, and the services that help families thrive. We asked you to reject harmful technologies that disproportionately target, surveil our marginalized communities, immigrant communities, communities of color, and young people. Today, your vote will show us whether you're truly listening to us. Will you stand with San Diego, the San Diegans who repeatedly called for investment in people, or will you ignore those voices and move forward with policies that cause harm? Many of you campaign on standing with immigrants, youth, working families, and historically underserved communities. You spoke about equity, accountability, and putting people first. But your values are proven that during a campaign, they are proven in moments like this. Today is one of those moments. The community is paying attention.
Thank you. Omaira Yousefi? Omaira, you have a lot of people ceding you time. If they can please raise their hand. Muse Darman? Sorry, Muse Darman? Can you please raise your hand? Thank you. Mohammed? Abten Tuabek? Thank you. Fatima Said? Thank you. You'll have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
My name is Humaira Yousefi with the Trust SD Coalition and Senior Policy Strategist with PANA. Today, your vote shows where your values lie. Do you stand with the community and the programs and services we all need as San Diegans, or do you stand with a Georgia-based company and give those vital funds that we need here in San Diego to a company that has ties with the Trump administration? Flock has been proven time and time again to be ineffective, that even your own reports demonstrate that 99.97% of hits are completely useless. And I wonder what you all think, what happens when these hundreds of data points, hundreds of thousands of data points are collected on our communities, right? Do you all think of the immigrant community, the LGBT communities, the Muslim communities, the Black and Brown communities who are put in harm's way because you all are collecting this data? A company that has so many problems, that is so poisonous, that 68 cities across the countries have ended their Flock contracts. If you all did the right thing here today, you would not be the first and you will definitely not be the last city to end the Flock contract, okay? This is a cost that is not worth it. It is not worth it for the community cost, the financial cost, and the legal liability. More than that though, I just want you all to understand, today is about who do you stand with. Councilmember Von Wilbert, every time we bring this to you, you cry and you have tears and you talk about that one police officer that died. I want to know, what about our communities? Where are the tears for our communities? Where are the tears for our immigrant communities who are separated? Where are the tears for the Muslim community who is recovering from a domestic terrorist attack on our communities? Where's the tears for our children who are now, because of what happened, because of these two teenagers that came to our Islamic center and killed 3 of our heroes? Where is the tears for them, okay? Where are the tears for our children who are now afraid to go outside, who are bedwetting, some of them who have gone mute, okay? Where is the tears for our communities? Because we don't feel it. You can say all you all want, all council members who are not understanding, the fact that this technology was used as a tool that actually pulled resources away from saving our 3 heroes that day. I just want to make sure you all understand what you were voting for, okay? Police relied on faulty flock technology rather than using common sense practices that could have saved the lives of our 3 heroes. Stop saying that you stand with immigrant communities and urge the federal government to shut down ICE or to fund state security. Because you know what? There's a vote in front of you right now that you can do to work with our communities and protect our communities. When ALPR was first being considered in 2023, ICSD specifically said, don't put it in front of our mosque, because they understood that our communities were going to be used and were going to be put in harm's way if this technology was put in front of our centers. Okay? And so we understand that the president and the administration and those members of Congress who are calling us all terrorists and telling us to go back to our country are going to use technologies like this to weaponize against us. So there are council members here, 4 council members, Council Pro Tem Lee, Council Member Foster, Council Member Shawnila Rivera, and Vivian Moreno, who have a proposal in front of you. Please, I'm asking each one of you, Councilmember LaCava, Councilmember Whitburn, Councilmember Von Wilbert, I don't know, Councilmember Campbell, and Raul Campillo. We need you to actually stand with our communities. We need these vital services. Our community needs parks, libraries. Our children need arts to recover from the pain that we are feeling. And we are rebuilding a sense of safety and belonging, and we need those vital services. We don't need any more flock ALPR technology, so please stand with them. Thank you.
If I can have the following individuals. Thank you. Can I have the following individuals please come forward to the microphone and to the yellow reserve seats? Patricia Serrano, if you can please come to the microphone. After that will be Linnell Brown, Shahid Price, Mitchell Woodson, Mimi Hernandez, Leila Aziz, Van Huang, Amelia Lopez, and Margarita Valdez, as well as Belen Hernandez. Can you all please come forward to the front row?
That speech was worth a round of applause. Let's not do it again, okay? But
Patricia?
that one was worthwhile.
Sorry. Patricia, please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Serrano. I work for PANA. I just want to say that our friends and community members are hurting because flood enabled this to happen and must be stopped and protect San Diegans. I want to speak directly to Marnie. You have followed my mailbox on how you are a candidate for District 48. And now how you stood up to Trump. And voting for flood is vote for Trump. You don't understand our communities. You don't understand immigrant communities. It is enough to say that you are anti-Trump. It's not enough. It's not enough. You have to act. Today, you have the choice to stand with our communities, our brothers and sisters, our Muslim communities, our Black communities, our immigrant communities. It's time to talk.
Thank you for that concluding remark.
Please.
Linnell Brown? He's not here? Okay. Shahid Price?
Good afternoon, council members. My community needs investment. It needs resources. My community don't need surveillance or the continuance of over-policing in our communities. Why do we continue to give SDPD billions to harass the Black and brown peoples in our communities? My community is Southeast San Diego District 4. Give my community the resources to thrive like other communities are able to thrive with resources. Fund the Southeast drop-in centers, fund the community and not the police. You know, smart street lights, LPR, drones, these things don't keep us safe. I heard of a lot of people come up here talking about thanking the police and the guy over there about how it keep us safe, but we know what really keep communities safe, and that's invested in our communities.
Michelle Whitson.
Good afternoon. Michelle Woodson. I'm the legal director of Pillars of the Community. I have 1 minute to tell you all the data about ALPR and its flawed technology. I have 1 minute to share stories after stories about community members who have been harassed by the police. I can do that, but 1 minute isn't enough. We've spent hours at City Council telling you exactly that, giving you the data, giving you the community experiences, and that's not enough. But one message is resoundingly clear. Our communities do not trust the police. They do not prevent crime. Instead, they enforce harassment, discrimination, and racism on our community members. I see it every single day. And this budget is a message of your values. So are you deciding to continue to fund that harassment, discrimination, and racism, or are you deciding to fund prevention of crime by funding our communities? That's on you.
Mimi Hernandez.
What's up, city members? We don't need ALPR. We need COMMUNITY. And we need you to do the right thing by getting behind our people. For those of you who are left to vote, we're going to tell you now, do not vote yes on that system. Yesterday, four young, including a minor, Black boys were pulled over, and 30 cop cars for 4 young Black boys just for them to go to jail for something that they weren't even involved in or didn't do. It took us, the community, COMMUNITY, community. It took us to come and save those young Black boys, not no damn system. So we say it again and again and again. Put the money where it belongs, put it in the right resources, allow us to do what we do, the community. Think about it. They can take that way up north somewhere, but what we see in Southeast San Diego, District 49821, whatever, we don't see it nowhere else.
Thank you for that concluding sentence. Leila Aziz.
Council President, I'm not going to waste my time on the others. We know that they're not with us. We got one about to run against a Republican as a moderate Republican, and I don't know how that's going to turn out. LaCava, you are going to give the San Diego Police Department technology when they are filing all complaints in oversight as miscellaneous. Why would you not ensure that Measure A is fully implemented and there's good oversight, strong strategic oversight, without giving them some power that they've already demonstrated? If they have it, they'll do what they want with it. One time I saw Marnie ask them, are you going to do the right thing? And they said, yes. It was like a cartoon. We have the structure. Get the CPP, get oversight together, and then you can have these other conversations. But anything else, you're doing harm. Thank you.
Van Huang. Did I call his speakers? Oh. Please come forward. Can you go to the microphone over there?
Already? Oh. Hello. Hi, City Council and Mayor and everybody. I'd like to thank you for allowing that money to come back in case it comes back. If it comes back, we appreciate it. We've been doing a lot of work in this community, and you can see by the vote turnout. You know what I'm saying? We had a bunch of parties, vote to party. We knocked on doors, and we got everybody to come out and vote for this district so that we could see if the change could be made. And we turned it from one color to another. And that's thanks to the work that we do in the community, And we have the power to change things. So, and we showed it by going out there and having people vote. So the change that we need to make is within us, but it's because of you guys. So we need you guys to help us make a difference by, you know what I'm saying, investing in our community, giving hands, you know, the drop centers. We here, we fight. We got a feisty woman right here in Mimi.
Thank you for that concluding
We
sentence.
need money.
Van Huang. If I can have the following individuals please come forward to the microphone and then to the yellow reserve seats. Van Huang, Amelia Lopez, Margarita Valdez, Belen Hernandez, Paloma Cuatanego, Victor Ponce, Kaylee Flores, Ashley Leyva, Ana Ramos, Noah Yik, and Janika Faulkner. If you can all come forward, as well as Patricia Mandragon. Van Huang, if you can please come to the microphone. Which group? What's the name? Okay, you'll be managing your own time then, because there's no box checked. Is it from Van Huang all the way to? I don't got a Victor. 1, 2. Okay, to Victor, that's 6. Please proceed.
Hello, council members. Again, I'm here as the youth organizer with Mid-City Can and a homeowner in City Heights. I want to thank you all for the restorations to the libraries, park, and rec centers in D4, D8, and D9. I am here asking you to keep these restorations in the final budget that you vote for today and to fully restore the hours for our parks and rec centers. These spaces are especially useful to have for our youth during the summer, as it's a space to foster community, like the Parks After Dark events that we see. The activities offered throughout these spaces help our youth have healthy outlets, and the libraries provide a designated cooling zone during the hot summer days when heat stroke become a concern. Our hope is that we continue to have parks that are open, where we can hear laughter, smell food from gatherings, see diverse faces, feel the metal of the slides, and taste the paletas from the paletero. Again, please fully restore the hours for libraries, park, and rec centers, and thank you for what you have been able to restore so far.
Hello, City Council. My name is Victor Ponce. I'm the lead organizer at Mid-City Can, where I've had the pleasure working with our youth council since 2018. Since then, many of them have grown up, and I'm happy to say that they're all doing well. Some have continued their involvement in community work and now actively giving back, contributing to their community in their own ways. There are just a handful of examples, so it's possible when you invest in youth and set up them to succeed. Their achievements demonstrate the incredible potential of young people when given opportunities and support, and I believe their ongoing contributions will continue to positively impact our community for years to come. However, I believe the city also needs to support and contribute to them by fully restoring the proposed cuts to the Office of Child and Youth Success. San Diego's children are youth, and youth deserve more than symbolic support. They deserve a visible, permanent, and adequately funded office that can coordinate services, leverage additional funding, and ensure their needs remain at the center of city policy. We just got a chance to go last week with our youth to the OCYS event that they hosted, and it was beautiful to see so many youth there in the space, just being able to gather amongst each other, being able to connect, being able to see the different resources that are available to them in the city. And this isn't possible without their office putting it together and coordinating it. I know that there's funding is limited, so I would recommend cutting the proposed block funding that's going there. We've seen that that's only harming our communities. We wanted to ensure that we can distribute the money from there to the youth instead. Thank you.
We are grateful for the restorations to parks that my colleague Paloma already mentioned, but we are also still disappointed and sad by the remaining cuts to the Parks Department, specifically 3 positions, which are 2 park designers, which each cost $170,000 per position with overhead, and the Assistant Deputy Director of Parks Infrastructure and Assets, $220K per year. The park designers are part of the asset management team led by Deputy Director Michelle Belachon. They play a vital role in the delivery of minor capital projects, in-house design, and project completion in a shorter amount of time at less cost. By eliminating these positions, you are effectively outsourcing their jobs to consultant contracts, which are significantly more expensive and take much longer. For example, Fanuel Street Park playground improvement, 95K Parks and Rec cost in lieu of ECP playground improvement cost of 3 million. EB Script sidewalk widening, 290K Parks and Rec cost in lieu of ECP estimated cost of 3.2 million. The Parks Asset Management team works so effectively with the community and nonprofits that they produce high quality park designs and do it at a fraction of the cost that ECP does it. That's how we got Henwood Park done for the first 2 years. This team oversees 1.2 billion worth of capital projects with the ECP department and over 30 million of privately delivered parks and amenities. They also manage and oversee 134 million grant funds, outside funding coming into the city for parks and rec. The moment you approve this budget today, you just made repairs more expensive. Unless you restore these positions, I ask you to at least restore the deputy director to keep the asset management team operational. Please pick up your pen so that you can write this down and add it to the budget. 220K to restore the assistant deputy director of parks, infrastructure, and assets. Can you do this for our youth and our parks? Thank you.
I don't have a script or note, so I'm just going. This is the first time I heard about these cameras, which is weird because they're gonna record every single citizens of San Diego or whatever. And every single one of us should know that we are being recorded, and every single one of us should know that there are votes going without us knowing, because we are the member of this community and we deserve to know, and it should be everywhere. Everyone should have this sort of information. It should be on billboards. People should, if they know, there would be lines and lines and lines of people going in here. And that's all I have for you. Happy Pride.
Thank you. Kaylee Flores, if you can please come forward to the microphone. After that, we'll have Ashley Leyva, Anna Ramos, Noah Yik, Janika Faulkner, Patricia Mondragon, and Ian Cervelo. You can all please come up to the yellow reserve seats. Kaylee, please proceed.
Hello, council members. My name is Kaylee Flores, and I'm here with ACE and the Community Budget Alliance to firstly thank you for starting to show support towards the youth of San Diego by starting the restoration of the parks and starting to fund the youth and arts. But I'm also here to plead with you all to do more. Not only should San Diego be focusing more on funding our youth, giving them resources and opportunities to grow, but that includes providing funding towards places where they can feel safe: libraries, community resource centers. Majority of the proposed budget is allocated to public safety, or I should say a version of public safety. Definitely not my version, because my version of public safety is being able to walk the streets without fear of ICE attacks to the people in our communities, the data tracking, the mass surveillance and stalking. I'm pleading with you to cancel your contract with Flock, allocate those funds and resources to the youth instead. Thank you.
Ashley Leyva.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Ashley Leyva, and I live in District 8. I am a member of ACE and a member of the Community Budget Alliance. I am here as a concerned community member and educator. The arts, it's incredibly important to me and many other community members because of the immense positive impact it has on the development of children. I know I don't have to explain the benefits that the arts and other youth programs have in our community, but the disadvantages Flock and the flawed police department presence is concerning, especially when the already target are disenfranchised youth and communities. Funding Flock will be a failure on your part. I urge you to not fund Flock and instead invest in the well-being and future of our children and communities. Thank you.
Anna Ramos.
Hello, council members. My name is Ana Ramos. I'm a community organizer with ACE and a member of the Community Budget Alliance. I want to start off by thanking you all for restoring the funding for arts and culture. Like, genuinely, these are the city resources that actually keep our community safe because it allows for people to build a genuine sense of community with each other instead of fostering a growing isolation and hate that leads to the violence around us. But it is the bare minimum, and what we also need is to cancel the contract with Flock. This company has already violated public trust by sharing our private data, so why should we keep throwing away millions of tax dollars to fund a violent mass surveillance technology that targets working class people? And also, this budget deficit will continue until we hold corporations like Flock accountable who are profiting and weaponizing their technology against us, and corporations like Core Civic accountable who keep dehumanized immigrants and are continually allowed to profit off of violence and exploitations of human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Noah Yik.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Noah Yik. I'm a researcher with the Center on Policy Initiatives and a member of the Community Budget Alliance. How many stories does it take for you to see, listen, and value someone? Hundreds of San Diegans have told you their stories this year. Sometimes about the joy they find through parks, libraries, and arts. Sometimes about the challenges they face as young people in this city with dwindling support. Sometimes about the sorrow and anxiety of flooding every time it rains. Always about what they need from this city to thrive. Our communities have made clear that more criminalization and surveillance do not keep us safe or help us thrive. What I'm asking you to do is your job. Listen to San Diegans, not to corporations, money, or your next political ambition. Listen to San Diegans, value our experiences, and invest in us. Cancel the Flock contract, fund youth success, libraries, parks and rec, the stormwater department, and install the pedestrian beacon near Rosa Parks Elementary. San Diegans have told you what they need to thrive. Now show us you've been listening. Thank you.
Janika Faulkner. Janika, you have time ceded to you by Chris Kennison, if you can please raise his hand, as well as Itzel Magorza. Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes. Please proceed when ready.
Hakamayu Tamenya Way. I am Janika, a D4 resident with Alliance San Diego and a member of the Community Budget Alliance. We all know San Diego is prone to floods, especially in Black, brown, and low-income communities. We did the work to prove our communities are asking for prevention of any future disasters. We stand here more than 2 years later on the fence about providing preventative funding in communities we have seen historically underfunded, undervalued, and overpoliced. What are we saying to communities that had to swim through sewage to rescue their neighbors? And after the city had been warned numerous times, and those warnings were ignored. The warnings came from the Stormwater Department, the IBA, and many other city officials. Is cutting stormwater funding how you honor and uplift human dignity of those flood survivors? We cannot continue to run this city as we have. Council members, it's your most important job is to listen to your constituents. Only 4 of you have heard our calls and have finally stood with us. Thank you to Elo Rivera, Foster, Lee, and Moreno for calling out what has been in front of us for so long. We are wasting $2 million annually to fuel ineffective and overpriced technology that solves less than 1% of crimes, instead of thinking through real solutions that will bring back resources and trust into our communities. To the rest of you, especially those of you who are running for other seats and that are up for re-election, we will remember this when we go to vote. Instead of funding rec centers, libraries, and parks, you have sat through hours of public comment and ignored us. You have an opportunity today to do the right thing. We are living through history, and the city of San Diego has the opportunity to take the lead in the state of California and the rest of the country. Today, you can follow the IBA's recommendations to reject surveillance dollars in our city budget and say no to the big corporations that are targeting our communities and further damaging our city. We need bold ideas and real investments in our people, not punishment. Please act now and uplift the people's budget and modify the budget to reflect the people's true needs. And with that, we will again do a moment of silence for the flood survivors.
Patricia Mondragon. After Patricia will be Ian Cervello, Beth Givens, Claire Snyder, Juan Cordero, Christina Garibay Taylor, Maria Lorena Garcia, Franco DeMeo, and Ian Embry. If you can all please come up to the front row. Now, Patricia, you have time ceded to you by Olivia Castile. Thank you. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, council members. Patricia Mondragon with Alliance San Diego, a member of the Community Budget Alliance, Trust SD Coalition, and the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium. We are District 3 residents. As you finalize this budget, we urge you to invest in the programs that protect human rights and make our community stronger. San Diegans have been clear about what creates safety: stable housing, youth programs, libraries, arts and cultural services, homelessness prevention, and infrastructure that protects families from flooding and climate disasters. Yet this budget underfunds many of those priorities while continuing to invest in policing and surveillance technologies like Flock ALPR. Just a few minutes ago, Congress voted to add $70 billion for ICE and Border Patrol. All of you expressed anger after the Buena Forqueta ICE raid. Today, you can do something about it by ending the Flock contract. We ask you to reject the false choice between public safety and community investment. Real safety comes from preventing homelessness, supporting young people, keeping families housed, and ensuring neighborhoods have the infrastructure they need to withstand future disasters. That means restoring funding for community service and the full $100 million for stormwater infrastructure. I want to end by saying my niece is here with me today. She's a rising sophomore in high school at San Diego Unified School District. This is her first city council meeting. She's not ready to speak yet, but she's watching. She's watching to see what her future is. She's watching you guys to see if you're going to invest in her future or in more surveillance. I hope you choose people over technology, communities over monitoring, and adopt a budget that gives the next generation a city where they can thrive.
Thank you for that concluding comment. Ian Cervello.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ian Cervello. I am a member of the Asia Pacific American Labor Alliance, and I'm also the chairperson of the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium. I am a practicing immigration attorney that defends many of our community members from deportation. Every day, I interact with immigrant families who are suffering from these cruel mass deportation policies of this administration. For over a year now, the racist Trump administration has violently separated families, kidnapped community members, surveilled and racially profiled Black and brown communities, denied due process, and violated human rights of our community members. Now, while the federal government is intending to intensify its attack of our communities, is the city of San Diego going to give them more tools to conduct mass surveillance on us? Is the city of San Diego willing to be complicit in these attacks against communities of color? You have a choice, and I implore you to invest in our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Beth Givens.
I urge you to cancel the Flock ALPR contract. Nearly 70 cities have done so, including 7 in California, primarily for violating city data sharing rules, inaccurate data, and residents' objections to warrantless surveillance. A San Diego man was wrongfully jailed for several weeks for a violent crime he did not commit because of erroneous Flock data. He's likely to sue. Such errors have occurred elsewhere across the nation. Further, the police department captain here, who pushed hard for Flock, was hired by Flock upon retirement. That is shady, to say the least. Flock's technology is flawed, and its leadership has thumbed its nose at cities' rules by sharing data with federal law enforcement in violation of local laws. The FBI is now seeking real-time access to ALPR data nationwide, according to recent news reports. The money spent on Flock, $2 million a year, could well be allocated elsewhere: libraries, rec centers, parks,
Thank you for
and
that
youth.
concluding sentence. We have Claire Snyder next, It is a group that will be sharing time, but if they can please raise their hand, even if they will be speaking, so that I can put that time on the clock. And I understand you have a PowerPoint as well. Claire Snyder, Liliana Soriana, please raise your hand. Alex Castillo, please raise your hand. Lirami Tula, please raise your hand. CJ Mendoza, please raise your hand. Olivia Davis, Tristan, Carmen, and Christian Huxon. Thank you. You'll have 9 minutes. Please proceed.
Hello, Budget Review Committee and Council. Continuously during these past few months, you have heard from each of us on the importance of investing in youth through OCYS. At YouthWell, we believe that every young person should have everything that they need to be happy, healthy, and reach their full potential. One way of ensuring that vision is by having committed staff at the City of San Diego dedicated to driving critical investments in childcare accessibility, youth leadership, and family support systems. Everything mentioned above is what OCYS accomplishes and more as outlined in its specific goals in the Child and Youth Plan, which was recently unanimously adopted by Council. Last year, OCYS got pushed into the library department to save money while also stripping away its autonomy to actually have effective interdepartmental communication and collaborations. That positionality this year is translated into a hasty decision at the mayor's office, which was eliminating OCYS completely. Currently, we know 6 council members support the preservation of OCYS, and we thank you for it, because today's fight is to ensure that the office doesn't disappear. Children and youth should also be a commitment for the remaining council members. And I'll pass it over to Claire.
Last week, the Office of Child, oh, sorry, next slide, please. Last week, the Office of Child and Youth Success proved exactly why they are vital to our city. They hosted the first citywide youth summit at Balboa Park, bringing together over 200 young people and dozens of community partners, including us at YouthWell, Our Time to Act, the LGBT Center, Reality Changers, San Diego Public Library, and San Diego Promise Zone as core planning partners. Next slide, please. This wasn't just another event. It was entirely youth-centered and had youth at the forefront of planning and execution, featuring youth-led workshops rooted in the city's Child and Youth Plan and art activities facilitated by the San Diego Creative Youth Development Network. OCYS did something rare and essential. They broke down silos and convened a massive, diverse coalition across multiple sectors to lift up our young people. Next slide, please. This is exactly what OCYS was created to do, and it's what they do best. We need them funded, supported, and sustained so they can continue doing this crucial work alongside and for San Diego's youth. This is what we're talking about when we're talking about community safety. We're not talking about the ALPRs, we're talking about this, youth joy, youth resources, and I'll pass it to Alex to talk more about her experience at the Youth Summit.
All right. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Alex Castillo. I'm a District 8 constituent here. Last week, I was very fortunate to attend the OCYS Youth Council, an event filled with activity booths, free professional headshots, resource tables, breakout rooms, and of course, the opportunity to connect with potential employers and connect with fellow youth. I went with my sister last week, and we both came out better than when we came in. My sister, who has been away from home for 4 years, going to college, came back and learned about resources old and new, such as internships with the SD Parks and Rec Department and support from organizations such as Saluna. She feels especially confident after the networking opportunities she had with the SYH Teen Clinic, as she is looking for research opportunities as a psych grad. I was very content to connect with folks my age, access resources, and I'm very happy that I won a raffle to the San Diego Plunge Pool. The Youth Summit is such a great event, and it could have been the last. So don't get me wrong, we're very grateful for the support, but we need to keep supporting OCYS. So can we have the next slide, please?
One more, please. And thank you, Alex, for sharing your story. Without this office, we can't support young people like Alex. But on this last slide, we did want to highlight the partners across different organized groups that stood with us to support the Office of Child and Youth Success. That includes community-based organizations, service providers, labor, and education groups. We need a fully functioning autonomous office that is also fully funded. Next year, we will have to come back and continue the fight if city leadership is unable to figure out how this office can be sustained. Throughout these past few months of community engagement in this budget cycle, we have also suggested the cancellation of the Ubiqua contract, which is $2 million. That money would be better spent directly into the community instead of going into the pockets of a wealthy corporation. OCYS is non-negotiable. There is no city department or program that supports youth the same way this office aims to. I, as Liliana Soriano, want to be clear that when Mayor Todd Gloria tries to justify making this cut because we have a state-funded program, that is literally not the same. We cannot compare apples and oranges, especially because the Employ and Empower program that I went to mainly exposes careers in public service and is limited to youth who are required to be enrolled in academic or technical school. OCYS, on the other hand, is committed to all youth, specifically vulnerable populations such as opportunity youth, who are both disconnected from education and workforce. Opportunity should be for all. Likewise, if the council adopted and supported a plan to support children and youth, then today you must put that symbolic gesture into action and ensure that investments in youth are permanent by funding the Office of Child and Youth Success. Thank you. We're done.
Thank you so much. If I can have Juan Cordero please come forward. Juan, I know you have a PowerPoint as well, and you have people ceding you time. If they can please raise their hand. Christina Garibay Taylor.
His own speaker, I'm my own speaker, but he is ceding me time. We're in the same group.
Okay, but you guys will all be sharing time together. So you'll have 3 minutes on the clock and you guys can speak, or else I give you 1 minute each and the thing will ding and then the next speaker comes up.
I guess that's better, but if we can, well, no, let's keep it separate.
Okay, so Juan Cordero, will you need the PowerPoint? Okay, we'll put the PowerPoint up. You'll have your minute and it will ding. Oh, I think these paper clips kind of start clipping together, and so that's what happened. My apologies. But Juan, there's your PowerPoint. Please proceed.
I'm here regarding the Granger and Obi Street conditions. I have pictures, slides to share. They're just going to continue running. My mother lives in Granger Street for over 40 years. She's 92 years old. I used to live there, and I still take physical care of my mother. Exercise is important for her health. She has a walker and tries to walk. There are no sidewalks, and the unevenness of the street, because of the potholes, it's difficult and could be harmful for her. When I drove my mom with broken ribs, trying to miss the potholes was inedible. No matter how slow I drove, the jolt will cause pain to my mother. I know that our city governments tries to do their best with what they have, By- but I also know of streets that are planned to be resurfaced. They are not as damaged as our own streets. This is my way to bring attention to this.
Thank you for that concluding comment. Christina, and you have time ceded to you by James Gael. There are no age limits here. You have 2 minutes. Please proceed. We'll get the next PowerPoint up. Thank you for your patience. There you go. Please proceed.
My name is Cristina Garibay Taylor. I am here to request full resurfacing of the 1000 block Ranger Street and 1400 block Eboy Avenue. The presentation illustrates deteriorating conditions of these roads. Next slide. Here is the current list of upcoming city-led street resurfacing and overlay projects for southern San Diego. Granger and Eboy are not included. Next, slide number 3. In this example, Wheelhouse Drive is currently in good condition with a PCI score of 86 from its 2023 evaluation. It received maintenance in 2018, and it's scheduled for additional maintenance in 2027. Next slide. Look at Granger Street. In 2016, Granger Street received a PCI score of 8, placing it in failed category. By 2023, its PCI score had improved slightly to 17, which still falls within the serious condition range. City records indicate that Granger's last major maintenance was in 1990, 1998, 30 years ago. These data points suggest that Granger has not been prioritized for roadway improvements. Granger is not currently scheduled for resurfacing in 2027, despite its poor condition. Slide 6, please. In the last 365 days, 0 reports were made for potholes along Wheelhouse Drive, while 15 plus reports were submitted for Granger Street. Explain to me, how is this possible? Whoever is making these decisions has demonstrated a remarkable level of incompetence. My neighbors and I attended various local community planning group meetings to raise awareness and ask for help. On March 26th, the board sent a formal letter to the mayor's office and transportation department, and no action has been taken. How is it possible that the transportation department would choose to prioritize a street like Wheelhouse Drive, who's in great condition and which receives 0 requests for street maintenance, and has completely ignored Granger Street? Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Lorena Garcia.
I, Lorena Garcia, and I am a homeowner on Ebo Avenue. I'm here to ask the city to pave our street. During the heavy rain in 2021, our cul-de-sac flooded badly because our street is made of loose gravel and has many potholes. Dirt, rocks, and debris washed down the street and clogged the sewer. The flooding was so severe that it looked like a river running through my property. Mud and rock ended up in my pool and on my driveway, causing damages and requiring extensive cleanup. We pay our property taxes every year. As we pay late, we are charged penalty. We do our part as a taxpayer, and we believe our neighborhood deserve basic infrastructure improvement, including a properly paved street. Thank you.
Thank you. Franco De Mayo. If I can have the following people please come up to the yellow reserve seats: Ian Embry, Aria Grossman, Mark Frederick, Anselmo Jake E., Esme Quintero, Brock Cavet, Melody Corvalon, Joshua Dunn, and Manuel Enriquez. If you can all please come forward to the front row. You'll have 1 minute. Please proceed.
We never voted for this AI surveillance state. The people have a voice you best appreciate, cause Uncle Sam is a scam and he ain't even a man. You think we don't know what your plan is? Agenda 2030 is a no-go, so just chill. Y'all better back the people, YOLO for reals. Get the flock out, get the flock out, get the flock out. Get the flock out, get the flock out, get the flock out. Get the flock out, get the flock out, get the flock out. Get the flock out, get the flock out, get the flock out. Creepy old man Uncle Sam turned into a peeping Tom, trying as fast as he can, but he don't know right from wrong. So we say, get the flock out, get the flock out, get the flock out. Get the flock out, get the flock out, get the flock out.
Thank you for the musical reprieve. Ian Embry, if you can please come forward. Ian?
I did not bring my guitar, but I'll still go. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Ian Hembry, and I'm the Advocacy and Community Manager for the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition. I'm here today to urge you to pass a budget with funding for the multimodal team. In the past, this council has embraced the mission of safer streets. You've adopted Vision Zero, affirmed safety as the highest transportation-related priority, passed the Complete Streets policy, and approved the Climate Action Plan. Now we need you to fund the multimodal team. We will not achieve our Vision Zero and climate goals by treating traffic safety as something we need million-dollar CIPs or state-funded grants to pursue. It must be interwoven into the regular work of the Transportation Department, making improvements every time we touch a street. That is what the multimodal team does. Eliminating this team would be a mistake that would take years to recover from. With a tiny portion of RMRA funding, we can enable this team to continue their work in making our streets safer and more livable. Thank you for your time.
Aria Grossman?
Good afternoon. My name is Arya Grossman. I'm the policy manager at Circulate Planning and Policy, and I'm here one final time to urge you to fund the multimodal team in the final budget. These positions that I'm asking you to retain are engineers dedicated to making our streets safer and preventing future crashes. If we want less traffic deaths, we cannot continue to be a city of people that are only supportive of safety improvements when tragedy has already struck. We have to invest in preventative measures if we want to ensure that the ride to school or the walk to the bus stop is safe. That is what this team does in quite literally the cheapest and most efficient way possible. Thankfully, we have the tools to preserve this core city function without touching the general fund. I urge all of you to support funding for the multimodal team using RMRA dollars. Thank you again to Council Members Campillo, Whitburn, and LaCava, who have been repeatedly vocally supportive of this action. At the end of the day, making sure our roads are safe for drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists is a basic core responsibility of the city, and please maintain this core service. Thank you.
Mark Frederick, if you can please come forward.
Thanks and good afternoon. I'm Mark Frederick. I'm the program manager for real estate dispositions for the city of San Diego, at least for the next 3 weeks. I'm one of the program managers whose position is set to be cut from the FY27 budget. I'm speaking today as a private citizen, and I'm not here to try to save my job. However, I would like to put at least one face and name to the impending layoffs and offer a few thoughts on the impacts of the cuts. I've been the program manager for real estate dispositions for 3 years. I came to the city to help after working as a commercial real estate broker here in town for 20 years. My primary function at the city has been to negotiate and manage the sale of surplus city-owned property in accordance with the State Surplus Land Act, primarily for the development of affordable housing and to provide new sources of income to help offset the city's budget shortfalls. This work will continue after I leave the city, but I can tell you based on my experience that the quality, quantity, and efficiency of these transactions will go down after my position is cut. Thank you for listening. It's been nice working with you and a pleasure serving the city. I sincerely wish you all good luck.
Thank you for that concluding remark. Anselmo? If I can have the following individuals please come up to the yellow reserve seats: Esme Quintero, Brock Cavett, Melody Corvalon, Joshua Dunn, Manuel Enriquez. It really helps if you come up to those yellow reserve seats. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Anselmo J. Estrada, AJ Estrada with the San Diego Building and Construction Trades Council. Here today, I ask you all to pull money out of FLOC. I only have a minute, so I'll keep it quick. When we're out here pushing apprenticeships into communities, we do so because we understand that when folks have access to opportunity to jobs, they will have better outcomes in their life. When we pull this money from a program that nobody has trust in and put it into something like the Office of Youth and Child Success, we know that we will all benefit from the outcomes of that. Cause, symptom. Everybody wants to go after the symptoms because it's better in the headlines. It makes us all feel good, but the cause is what we really need to tackle, and that's not what we're doing with this. So please pull this money out, put it in the Office of Youth and Child Success, and help us build some trust in our city. Thank you.
Esme Quintero?
Howdy, council members. My name is Esme Quintero, and I'm a resident of D3, so hi, Stephen. I'm a community organizer in the queer community and a member of the Community Budget Alliance. Austerity is a choice, much like how the city has a choice in its last opportunity to uphold its values through our budget. I want to thank those of you who have already fought to restore cuts to the arts, OCYS, and other CBA priorities, but I also want to heed the warning that you have repeatedly heard from your constituencies that the ALPR contract does not work from them. I know you've heard from me, Ma, and Granny that they may like it, but frankly, what we do know about FLOC is that it was used to hunt down a woman in Texas who sought abortion care, but it's been used to hunt down migrants, and how much longer until it's used against us, against your queer and trans community, who have already been labeled as domestic terrorists by our federal government. Save our kids, fund our arts, fund the city, and keep it going. Thank you.
Brock, please come forward.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Brock Cavett. I am a resident of District 6 and work in District 3. I urge you to approve the budget proposed today by the IBA and commend the public-private proposal announced last Friday by Council President Pro Tem Lee and Councilmember Foster. This proposal is an important step toward ensuring that arts and cultural organizations have the resources necessary to continue serving our communities and advancing their missions. Like many organizations, San Diego Pride, I work for San Diego Pride, happy Pride, has already made difficult decisions to reduce programming in response to declining funding opportunities, rising city costs for public safety and event permitting, and increased security needs amid a troubling rise in anti-LGBT violence. Organizations should not be forced to cut community programming in order to afford the security needed to keep our community safe. The magnitude of the proposed budget before was well beyond what most organizations could afford or plan for. In contrast, this alternative budget would restore funding to a level that allows orgs to adapt responsibly while continuing to serve the public. We urge you to restore these funds. Thank you.
Melody, if you can please come forward. Melody Corvalon. Okay. Thank you. Joshua Dunn. Neither is Joshua, you said. I do have to say it for the record, making sure. Manuel Enriquez, but I appreciate you guys telling me.
Hello, my name is Manuel Enriquez. I am with the Center on Policy Initiatives. I'm born and raised here in San Diego. And growing up, for myself, I want to say that I've seen the city, change so much. One of the big things that for me has been great has been seeing youth programs flourish. From the time when I was youth to now that I've been organizing in the community. We need more youth programs, more opportunities for leadership. We appreciate some of the restorations to funding that have been done. But I'm here to advocate that, I hope that you all as our representatives for San Diegans do what's best for San Diegans and say, hey, we don't need to prioritize cameras and machines over people, over youth. These are people who are losing their job, youth who are losing opportunities. So I come here to, advocate for you all to please represent us and say, let's cancel the whole flock contract and save $2 million and put that back into our communities. Thank you.
Grace Rojas Jimenez. After that will be Christian Fuentes. Jean Tajal, if you can please come forward. Please proceed.
Hauka, my name is Grace Victoria Rojas Jimenez. My pronouns are she, they, it, and I am a member of CPI Center on Policy Initiatives as a student for economic justice and also ACE, Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. I'm here to demand that we cancel flock right here, right now, because 2 million of that needs to go to the community. And you're telling us no because for safety, but flock is funded by a billionaire and you're giving those funds to him. And also he's Peter Thiel, which is also a Zionist, also on the Epstein files. So what are your values? Are you in the values of the billionaires or are you in the values of the people? Because we don't feel that safety. And as a queer person, you're talking about like crimes. Well, find education, fund things that will help the community, not create crime. And I don't give my tax dollars for funding Israel's.
Thank you for that concluding comment. Your time has concluded. Christian Fuentes. Christian Fuentes, are you here? Oh, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'm going to be very quick. I think something that is very important to me is the youth services. So if you could please prioritize the Office of the Youth Services. Right now, I know it's not a good time economically for people, but I feel like the youth is one of them that has been hit the most, especially unemployment, especially for those that have graduated from college recently. It's very bad right now. So please consider funding the youth services. And if you could remove the money from Flock and send it to the youth services, that would be highly appreciated. I live in District 8, so yeah, thank you so much. Bye.
Jean Tajali or Tahaya? Jean, are you here? If not, Daniel Klebnik? No, that's bad. Klebingat? Daniel? Ellis Dingman? Guthrie Leonard? Gilberto Vera? Maria Cortez? Isabel K? Please come up to the yellow reserve seats. John Brady? Jillian Quint? Are any of you Jean? No Jean? Going once, no Jean? Going twice? Daniel? Any of you Daniel? Klebingat? No, Daniel? Ellis Dingman? Please come up to the microphone. You have people seating you time. Sasha Labar, please raise your hand. And Megan Day, please raise your hand. No Megan Day? We'll start with the 2 minutes. If Megan Day is in the overflow, please come in and raise your hand and I'll add that minute. You'll have 2 minutes for now. Please proceed.
Hey, my name is Ellis. I'm from District 2. Now, about a year ago, my neighbor's car was entirely destroyed in a flood that could have been prevented. It did not happen because there was unexpected weather. It happened because the nearest storm drain was a block and a half away and completely overloaded. That neighbor needed stormwater funding. There's a datura that I saw growing on the San Diego River bike path. Now, for those who don't know, a datura is a plant and it is extremely poisonous, including to the touch. The people who go on that path to walk need our parks funded so that can be removed. I got here by bus and by walking. I need the multimodal safety team that makes sure that I don't get hit by a car when I cross the street. The police want flock. People here need so many things, and none of them are cameras. At the end of the day, even putting aside all of my personal concerns with flock is a machine. You are deciding whether to fund a machine or whether to fund the people that live here and need your help. Thank you for your time. That's all.
Thank you. Guthrie Leonard?
Hello, Honorable Council President, council members. Thank you for making street safety a priority this year. Through speed reductions and community plan updates, I've seen your commitment. But I really can't understand how staff expects existing work to be completed by anyone except a fully funded multimodal team. Would this council represent its constituents and function as intended with half or none of its members? I put a lot of effort into getting the college area community plan passed with Safe Streets initiatives, specifically on Montezuma Road, a corridor that I have nearly been hit on by cars multiple times. And I don't see how I could feel safe on Montezuma without the work that the multimodal team does. Please use those RMRA funds and fully staff the multimodal team this year. Thank you.
Gilberto Vera? Or Gilberto Vera?
Thank you, and good afternoon, Council President, Council members. My name is Gil Vera. I'm with the Legal Aid Society of San Diego. Legal Aid is a recipient of the city's eviction prevention program, which provides free legal services, case management, rental assistance to low-income San Diegans to prevent homelessness. We understand the city is facing serious budget constraints, and we're grateful for the mayor and council for investing in homelessness prevention. EPP is one of San Diego's most effective tools for preventing homelessness. From July 2024 through March 2026, the program served nearly 4,000 households representing over 8,000 residents, while providing thousands of clinic services, hotline responses, referrals, and outreach events in the city. EPP is also a smart fiscal investment, an average one-time cost per household of about $1,100 compared to the nearly $50,000 per year per chronically homeless person it costs our government. Preventing evictions early avoids far greater downstream costs to shelters, healthcare systems, emergency services, and the courts. We urge the council to maintain level EPP funding, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Maria Cortez?
Hello, my name is Maria Cortez. I'm a resident of City Heights, and I am opposing you considering cutting the Parks and Rec hours. I know some of us have been saved, but to consider cutting their hours is ridiculous because the kids and the youth, and even as seniors, we deserve a safe place to go to. We deserve to have somewhere to relax, somewhere to stay out of trouble, especially for our youth. And also, defunding the police and the fire department, that's ridiculous because who's going to be there when to answer your call and there's nobody there? I know it ain't going to be Ghostbusters. Um, so I'm saying don't defund the police, don't defund the fire department, and also consider don't defund the cut the libraries and the park hours because this is what we need. Please
Thank you
take
for
that
that
into
concluding
consideration.
remark. Isabel K.
Hello, City Council, President LaCava. I reside in District 1, and I have to say that even in District 1, streets are in a terrible mess. That's La Jolla. And the much-needed commuter bike path up the Gilman Drive is still not completed. And the stormwater and habitat restoration project at the Northern Wildlife Preserve is still not funded and completed. Where is all this money going that the city has? Um, I do support fully funding Measure B's needs, including the Commission for Police Practices. I definitely support eliminating the flock system entirely. This is a system that has allowed the targeting and assassination of teachers, students, poets, doctors, ambulance drivers in Gaza, in Lebanon, in many places.
Thank you for that concluding remark. John Brady, if you can please come forward. You have time ceded to you by Matthew Carney. Thank you so much. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Hi, City Council members. John Brady with Lived Experience Advisors. We speak on behalf of the homeless community. I know this has been a tough year, and you guys have done the best, Mayor Gloria included, in keeping funding in place. I just want to share that the Neil Good Day Center is a much needed resource. Cutting funding for that facility, while I know that many of the folks that own property around that area would like to see it go away, is going to be a loss of a critical resource that cannot be easily replaced. I also want to talk about the cuts to the funding for the family shelter that we were announcing soon to be opening. As we know, we do not have enough shelter space as it is. It's a difficult time out on the streets. We don't know what the impact is going to be with the food stamp cuts that will be in place starting June 1 that could affect as many as nearly 100,000 residents in the county of San Diego. So I do ask in these difficult times that you consider restoring that funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jillian Quint, if you can please come forward. I will update that we have about 35 speakers left here in council chambers and 23 with their hands raised. If I can have Danielle Gomez, Amy Kenmore, Carrie Quatlander, Nadia Keen Ayub, care of Rainbow Spaces, Vivian Quinones, and Jared Wilson, please come forward to the yellow reserve seats. Please proceed.
Good evening, Council. I'm the River Trail Advocacy Manager, Jillian Quint, here with you again on behalf of the San Diego River Park Foundation. We strongly support Council President LaCava's budget request to reopen the West Valley River Crossing CIP, and also Councilmember Whitburn for your steadfast support as well. We urge the full council to join them and vote to include the West Valley River Crossing in the budget. This project is identified in the impact fee study and has a clear nexus for the funds. It's backed by over 300 citywide letters and multiple city plans. It is now in the hands of the city to provide the liftoff. Let's utilize the existing revenue obligation. Using these fees does not compete with general fund. Instead, it commits to districts 2, 3, 7, and 9, increasing safe access to a regional greenway for communities that span 9 miles east along the San Diego River Trail watershed. This crossing transforms a dangerous gap into
Thank you for
a
that
safe
concluding
connector.
remark.
Thank you.
Danielle Gomez.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Danielle. I'm a resident of District 9, member of City Heights Defense Committee, and a mental health work student. City Heights Defense Committee works closely with our immigrant and refugee neighbors who are being harmed by DHS and ICE. I support the people's budget. As I have learned through my mental health work studies and being a community member, we keep us safe. It's not the police or surveillance that does that for us. Community wellness and safety comes from community care and resourcing. Care decreases crime and increases safety and outcomes for all community members through humanistic prevention and intervention. These technologies are not with humans in mind and are not with care and are not recommended by psychologists, academics, people in the fields that study the humanities and what works for communities. I ask that you decrease police funding by 2%, cancel the entire FOC contract, at least cancel the ALPR subcontract to save $2 million and invest in what actually creates community safety, youth programs, parks, libraries, culture, public health, all of these things.
Thank you for that concluding remark. Amy?
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Amy Canamore, and I teach for the Latin American Studies program at UC San Diego. I'm also a member of my teachers union, UCFT, and also a member of the City Heights Defense Committee. Just next week, we're going to be celebrating the amazing achievements of many of our students. Many of them have carried additional burdens that most of us never know, working full-time, navigating housing and food insecurity, helping take care of younger siblings. The very programs under threat are the ones that have helped them thrive and will continue to help them thrive. But this is the thing that really gets me. Last year, some of my students, they didn't even get to go to their own graduations. Their family members didn't join them because at this very moment, ice raids were picking up in Southern California. And they're telling me now that this year they're also not going to go. Why? Because they're scared, because they know Flock is tracking them. They know it's not accountable and they fear, and that is truly a shame. And we can do better. And we know these contradictions. When these targeted attacks continue and our students are in fear, we invest in them, in their future, and not in Flock. Thank you.
Carrie, if you can please come forward.
Great. Hello, my name is Carrie Sheher, and I'm speaking as a concerned citizen who lives in District 2. The proposed budget still historically cuts services such as libraries, arts programs, homelessness outreach, substance abuse programs, and many, many others that have a direct benefit on our community. If we are serious about public safety and preventing crime, then we need more of these programs to be funded, not defunded. When I moved to San Diego early last year, I was truly shocked to see that my local OB library was only open Tuesdays to Saturdays. Surely such an important community hub would have the full support of a city that is known for being so family friendly. So I'm here today fighting for these important programs and services to receive even more funding, not less. Specifically, flock cameras don't prevent crime, investments in the community do. I urge the council to end the contract and get rid of these cameras. Thank you.
Nadia Keen Ayub, care of Rainbow Spaces.
Hi, my name is Nadia Kina Ayub, and I want to advise you to please restore the hours for the San Diego City Libraries. We have over 250 individual interactions, over 30 events that we participate with the San Diego City Library, and all those youth come from communities where they are either unhoused or they are lower income. These events allow them to participate free of charge and allow them to be part of it. I've seen librarians feed them, help them, tutor them, and all of this is done without flock cameras. Flock cameras and police officers don't serve the community the way that librarians do, and they deserve our respect and they deserve to be a priority. Please make sure that you restore the hours for the libraries.
Vivian Quinones, if you can please come forward.
Good evening, council members. My name is Vivian Vaque Quinones. I am 16 years old. I'm about to be a senior at Lincoln High School, and I live in District 4. I'm here as a student volunteer with the Center on Policy Initiatives. I've been working at the Mountain View Rec Center this past year, and my wish is that we do not cut the budget for rec centers because it cuts deep into our communities, how we connect with each child, and how we try to find a way to ease troubles of the older generations that walk through our doors. I urge that we do not only fund parks, rec centers, and libraries, but that you maintain the funding so that kids like me don't have to spend our summer break asking you to give us the resources we deserve. Thank you for your time.
Excuse me, Jared Wilson. Jared Wilson. After that will be Philip Lang, Crisoforo Gomez, Karina Vega, Anthony Ralphs, Annalise Goin. If you can all please come up to the yellow reserve seats, as well as Mary Soriano. Jared, you have time ceded to you by David Peplowski. Thank you so much. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon to the council president and council members. My name is Jared Wilson. I'm the president of the San Diego Police Officers Association. want to thank the council members who supported restoring some sworn police officer positions in their budget memos. Specifically, there are two critical roles that we need restored in this budget. One is a sergeant in the sex crimes unit, and the other is a sergeant in the graffiti and emerging gangs unit. These positions provide direct operational value to the department and the public. Both of these positions are currently filled by senior supervisors. The sex crime sergeant oversees some of the most sensitive investigations we handle in ensuring already convicted sex offenders, of which there are over 1,200 in the city of San Diego, are registered. If this position is cut, the duties will fall on an already overworked sex crimes unit. The graffiti sergeant helps address quality of life issues and emerging gang trends throughout neighborhoods in the city. Additionally, 4 police officer positions are being cut at a time when response times are rising. We ask that these specific positions are restored that will give targeted investments and improve efficiency and service delivery, and ask for them in restoring these positions and ask for your help. Thank you today. And I also want to thank our city clerk, Ms. Fuentes, on your hard work on days like today to make sure it runs smoothly and efficiently and it's neutral. We definitely appreciate you. So thank you very much.
You are efficient as well. 42 seconds left. Thank you so much. Philip Lang, if you can please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Philip. I'm a resident of District 7 and participate with the San Diego River Park Foundation. I come to request support of the West Valley River crossing. The San Diego River Trail is essential to the quality of life in Mission Valley, which is exploding in population. It enables a community to enjoy physical activity in a natural setting, important for mental and physical health. Right now, there's a gap that breaks the river trail, forcing families and pedestrians onto high-speed roads just to get across. The West Valley River Crossing Bridge is critical. Building this pedestrian and bicycle way will transform a broken, unsafe gap into a continuous flow, allowing people to travel safely from east to west along and without needing a car. Beautiful public infrastructure is an investment in our economic vitality and tourism, turning pass-through areas into true destinations. Most importantly, it provides a dignity of travel. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that concluding. Crisóforo Gomez.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Chris Alfredo Gomez, and I'm an organizer with the San Diego and Imperial Counties Labor Council, also a resident of District 3. And I'm here to support innovative solutions during these incredibly challenging fiscal times. You have the choice to invest in your constituents and their concerns, to listen to the overwhelming research that shows funding social services is a crime prevention tactic that makes communities more safe, more livable. Or you can choose to continue funding a dystopian technology that has shown us its flaws time and time again, that has shown us its many avenues for abuse and how it will inevitably be used by this federal administration to harm the very communities it claims to protect. Ending FLOC will not solve the budget crisis, we understand this. But this choice matters to the people who will be most impacted by the changes to funding in the city. We urge you to listen to them, we urge you to listen to us, and divert FLOC contract funds to preventative community services. Thank you.
Karina Vega.
I want to cede my time to Anthony Ralphs.
Okay, Anthony Ralphs, please come up. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
All right. Thank you, Council. I would like to start by asking this room, well, actually specifically the Chief of Police, since I know that he's here right now. I would like to ask him, if they have to break laws to catch criminals, what's the point of law enforcement? Please, I'm asking you, Joe LaCava, don't waste this public engagement, this crowd participation. This is a level of civic participation that you rarely see. Don't squander it. Don't squander the good faith of the people in this room who believe their civic participation matters, because it does. This is what the social contract is predicated upon. We agree to be governed so long as you agree to listen to us. President LaCava, I'm begging you to be responsible. Our city is at a breaking point. Trust in the police has never been lower, and rightfully so. Just last Sunday, the Times of San Diego reported that 2 men were falsely arrested and imprisoned based on the misreadings of the data provided to them by FLOC from SDPD. These 2 men were arrested. They weren't even in the same area where the car was stolen. But because SDPD failed to read the license plate, they entered a car description matching what they thought they saw. Turns out they were wrong. Well, now those 2 men are suing the city, asking for $1.5 million each. When the dust is settled on that lawsuit and the city settles for violating their rights, we will likely lose $1 million on that single error alone, which is nearly half the cost of the flock contract. For those of you supporting this flock contract, I want to ask, why is this collateral damage acceptable to you? Why don't you care about human rights, privacy rights, or fiscal responsibility in the middle of a budget crisis? Is it because this is coming out of the public reserve funds? SDPD needs a better way to unload their staffing issue than offloading their labor to luxury surveillance technology in a predictive police state. Thank you, Kent Lee, for changing your position on flock. That means a lot to the city of San Diego. Please, LaCava, this is on you. Do the right thing.
Thank you for that concluding remark. And my apologies, Annalise Goin, I do see here that you'd like to register your position in opposition, but you do not wish to speak. So that will be kept for the record. Maria Soriano, if you can please come forward. Maria Soriano. And then Ariane Dixit, Daniel Soraya, Danny Zhu, Kimberly Molina, Blair Beekman, Travis Bashard, Marco Guajardo, Serena Cusa, Natalie Rashke, and Max Schmidt. Can you all come forward to the front row? Mary, you have time ceded to you by Hafsa Ammerman. Can you please raise your hand? Hafsa?
She's right there outside. She'll come right in. A potential new trustee, the council. town council.
But can Hafsa raise her hand? Oh, thank you.
Okay.
You'll
Thank
have
you.
2 minutes. Please
Thank you,
proceed.
Hasfa. Mary Soriano, President La Jolla Town Council. Revenue solution. The city is leaving millions on the table. Development impact diff are not collected on ADUs under 750 square feet set by California law. I urge this council to implement ADU 750.99 square foot minimum to trigger diffs. Over 5,700 ADUs have been built, average 600 to 800 square feet. That's a conservative of $57 million in potential funds for roads, fire services, libraries, parks, and recs. Accountability matters. Grand jury found in both 2022 2025 that the city risks returning $178 million to property owners under the Mitigation Fee Act, MFA, for lack of reporting. Fire safety, San Diego will burn. Not if, when. Yesterday, 2,200 homes evacuated in Sereno Valley and Oceanside. The nearest helicopter water refill site from La Jolla is 15 minutes away. Cuts and consolidation to our fire department hurts the fire rescue department. Please listen to our fire rescue department on what they need. With ADU diff revenue, it can fund helicopter water diffs, full recreation center hours with maintenance, and hire local for local rec centers. Shade structure over playgrounds. Currently, there are no trees and no shade. AARP quick build, traffic calming for interim capital improvement fund, and concrete paving on Nautilus Street. Set the 750.99 minimum ADU square footage. Invest in our community.
Thank you. Ariane?
Hello, my name is Aryan Dixit. I am a resident of District 1 and the board president of the Student Civil Liberties Union, which is a youth-led nonprofit. I'm here to demand two things. Firstly, the continued funding of the Office for Child and Youth Success in San Diego, with additional funding through the full termination of our city's automated license plate reader contract with the Ubiqua, or at least our subcontract with Flock. Furthermore, them and the overinflated police budget has placed a multi-million-dollar burden on this city. And instead of supporting and promoting our marginalized populations, we are using surveillance that is dangerous, misuse, and a harmful waste of our city resources that hurts our immigrant and people of color populations. In order to really change the landscape of crime and homelessness in our city, we have to invest in the real problem, which is our investment in the community. So please take the right decision and defund Flock and support the Office of Child and Youth Success. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Soria?
Good
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Daniel Soria. I am the Executive Director of the Student Civil Liberties Union, representing a coalition of student organizers across Districts 1 and 3. How you vote on this budget demonstrates where your values lie. We will always discover money for surveillance and criminalization, but somehow investing in youth, in parks, in environmental justice, well, oftentimes we deem that downright unaffordable. We reject that logic. Austerity is indeed a choice, and today, so is accountability. So we ask that you support the future leaders of the city. Here is one concrete choice right in front of you at this moment. Cancel the ubiquitous surveillance contract. Take that money and put it where it belongs, into youth success, into libraries, into parks and recreation, stormwater infrastructure, and in a pedestrian beacon outside of Rosa Parks Elementary. Beyond this cycle, thank you, council members.
Thank you, Danny.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Danny Ju, and I'm a resident of District 1, a member of the Student Civil Liberties Union and the San Diego Youth Action Network. I'm here today on behalf of my other peers, young people who want to build their futures in San Diego, who live in District 1, District 3, District 6, and District 8, and I ask the council to cancel the contract with Ubiquia. I ask that the city council terminate this contract because we still need programs for youth success and services that allow us in the city to thrive instead of surveillance. It doesn't make any sense that while more funds are dedicated to criminalization, programs for us, for young people and working class San Diegans are thrown to the wayside. I'm asking you all to prioritize our well-being and not to mention that many of us have been shocked by the recent news of these smart cameras leading to wrongful arrests. I'll be more shocked if this unreliable and invasive technology is prioritized over the well-being of San Diego's youth. So I'm asking President LaCava and Councilmember Whitburn to please terminate this contract.
Thank you for that concluding remark. Kimberly Mullen? Kimberly Mullen, are you here? Molin. Blair Beekman? Blair Beekman, are you here? Please come up to the microphone. After Blair will be Travis Bashard, Marco Guajardo, Serena Cusa, Natalie Rashke, Max Schmidt, Ariana Eclair, Vanessa Melendez, Narissa Gonzalez. Please all come up to the front row. Blair, please come up to the microphone.
Hi, Blair Beekman, stumbling and bumbling. Thank you. Thank you, council, for our possible good direction in our current budget work. As there is much anger and fear towards flock practices at this time, City Council may present some interesting plans today or soon to try to leave flock. But if this new plan doesn't work and San Diego will have to continue with flock in a few months' time, can we then be prepared for immediate next steps? For something of a 6 to 12 month study session commission process that can invite the entire San Diego community. And so we can decide together who can be the best ALPR vendor besides Flock for the future of San Diego. I've described regularly that this is what Oakland and Alameda County are trying to develop at this time. It is simply an important model for San Diego. I've also regularly described for the past year now how smaller amounts of strategically placed surveillance can accomplish mostly the same public safety needs in local neighborhoods, and that can also save up to possibly $125,000 or more. We also need more open and accountable community conversation about SDB procedures and guidelines using ALPRs in
Thank you
real
for
time.
that concluding comment.
In real time, how do we have that conversation? Thank you.
Travis Bashard?
Openly.
Hello, Travis, District 7. In the words of Harvey Milk, let me have my tax money go for my protection and not my prosecution. Let my tax money go to protection of me. Marnie, you can't be a champion of Harvey Milk's legacy while voting to fund police surveillance and defunding rec centers, libraries, arts, and the youth. Prioritizing someone recovering their stolen Kia over kids having access to libraries and rec centers is evil behavior. Raul, Sean's gonna rake you over the coals in 2028 with your IHRA vote, villainizing street vendors for a full fucking minute, and now funding government surveillance potentially for a second time. Remember, the left and right are aligned. They don't want government surveillance. It's a bipartisan issue. You got mayoral hopes, you're going to dash them right now. Cancel Flock. Class action lawsuits are coming, which will further kill your budget. Fund the multimodal team.
Marco Guajardo. Marco, you have time ceded to you by Keely Mayer? Keely? Okay. 2 minutes, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Serena Kuza. I would also like to proceed my time to Marco Guajardo.
Serena Kuza, thank you. You'll have 3 minutes, please proceed.
Hi, council members. My name is Marco Guajardo, a resident of District 3. I'm here to advocate for the canceling of the Flock contract and the funding of humans and in arts programs and parks and recs and libraries. So the unrolling of mass surveillance technology started after 2001, after 9/11, and it's well documented the way that mass surveillance technologies have been abused by the government, targeting people of color, Muslims, Arabs, and even though we're positioning ourselves as trying to prevent hate crimes in certain areas by implementing surveillance technologies. There's a much longer and larger track record of mass surveillance being used as one large hate crime against Americans by the government, and this is something it's demonstrated, over 25 years, and it's something that 32 cities across the U.S. have understood and decided to cancel their contracts, right? We're trying to act like if we're afraid of some individuals, while there's a much larger governmental abuse violation issue at hand, because it's not if, it's when these technologies are going to be infiltrated, abused, and it just creates more loopholes for the abuse of law enforcement. And it creates a self-reinforcing loop where if you're taking resources away from individuals that need them, and you're putting those resources into law enforcement, you're just further criminalizing those communities. Please cancel the Flock contract and fund our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. He didn't use the 3rd minute. You still want to cede your time to Serena Kuza? Okay. Natalie Rashke, please come forward. You have time ceded to you by Dan N.
Give me her minute.
Dan N.
Is that okay?
You'll have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
It's ironic, I stand here with almost speechless, but with so many things to say. And it's kind of, I guess what you would say, deja vu, because I was here in 2022 to have a 24-hour safe sleeping. We're talking about cutting this new elementary 24-hour safe sleeping sites for families. I'm losing my EHV. So again, here I am in this loop. And now, not only that, this is what happened. This are just some of the tickets I'll remind people. This is what happened to me while I was homeless the first time. So now I'm a target for Flock. This puts me in an algorithm. I've never been in trouble with the law, ever. I don't have a police record. I'm a mom of 4 children. I am tired of carrying all these papers, because when you're in the system, then you have to have all these papers. And when you're homeless, trying to keep track of all these papers and dates and times, it's exhausting. And I am a willing, able-bodied, sound in mind person that cannot do what you're asking people to do when you're unhoused. I can't do it. I was a collegiate athlete. I internship for the Navy, training sea lions and dolphins. I'm a college graduate. I'm a smart person. I contribute to my community. And I can't do what you ask people to do that are unhoused. That is real. And now I'm going to be homeless again. I was never in the system until COVID happened. We have these governmental bodies that are doing things The information's out there. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm asking you to do the research. COVID was that's a crime against humanity. It's a crime against our state. Then they were vaccinating people. Now they're sick. Now we have mosquitoes. Now we have flock. And you know we have Carfax for the police. Does anybody know that? I was just at Sandag last week. Carfax is giving police information. So you go get your oil change and you had a Carfax car, now it goes to the police. Look it up. That's what I'm saying. I'm not asking you guys to believe me. I'm asking you to do the research. And now I'm in an algorithm. In that time being housed, I've created an LLC, a nonprofit. I'm trademarking a methodology for sports athletics. I've launched a podcast. I can't do any of those things if I'm unhoused. And here, HUD, I'm in this circle. It's not HUD. Oh, it's the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority is, oh, you need to contact HUD. I'm waiting for Sarah Jacobs' office to call me back. That's like,
Thank you for your concluding remark. Max Schmidt.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I do not support the city of San Diego taxing us at all. And I want to say I love the people of San Diego. They are some of the nicest people in the world. And I do not, I'm opposed to all tax, period. And I just wanted to also draw attention to of what we can allocate tax towards. And something I believe we can allocate, maybe if you have taxes towards, is the miracle of the sun in Fatima, Portugal, 1917, and the events in Lubbock, Texas. And Lubbock, Texas, there was a miracle in Texas on the Feast of the Assumption that was not aliens. It was the Blessed Virgin Mary. And I want to say English word programming, if you say God is not dead, and then if you say Nevada, Area 51, Nevada, and then test your eyes how you blink, you can see if you're a victim of English word programming. And the Luciferians are doing human sacrifices, so no, they know God is not dead, are the ones doing the English programming. God is not dead.
Ariana Auclair.
Hi, I'm Ariana Auclair. Crime is arbitrary. Violence is not arbitrary. Flock cameras record arbitrary events, cherry-picked to be crime by violent bigots putting people in cages. You define these people as criminals. I define them as survivors, surviving toxic actions to survive, accommodate toxic societal structure. You speak on California's ongoing economic struggle. Government snuffed business out like an illegal horror film using legal structure. That is cruel and unusual tyranny. Opening and running a business to house, feed, and provide independent mobility so you can come to city hall meetings like this is a human fundamental need. There is no reason for any adult of any ability they should be able to be here to sustain their needs. We need to support our citizens.
Thank you for that concluding remark. Vanessa Melendres.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Melendres, and I represent the Filipino Worker Center, and I'm a member of the Community Budget Alliance of San Diego. My phone is at 4%. I'll try to make this fast. Many communities have a deep distrust of surveillance and over-policing because of a long history of racial profiling. The data tells a clear story. According to the ACLU, nearly 30% of Black men report experiencing police violence just in 2025. After 9/11, 13,000 foreign nationals were placed into deportation proceedings as a part of the U.S. federal response, yet none were charged with terrorism. These examples show that expanding surveillance and enforcement does not automatically create more safety or reduce crime, but greater harm to minority communities. I urge you to cancel the flock surveillance contract. Instead, invest those public dollars in the services that actually strengthen our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Narissa Gonzalez.
She had to go.
Okay, thank you. Kevin Veno. Kevin Veno, if you can please come up to the microphone. Amanda Herhigel. Amanda. Kevin went? Thank you. That was a dupe then. Amanda Herringle, Gwendolyn Garcia, Gabriel Aravena, allegedly Audra, Lily Irani, Marco Espinosa. And final call for Kimberly Mullen. Please come up to the yellow reserve seats. Amanda, please come up to the microphone.
Hi, City Council. In a city full of generations of military men and women who have put their lives on the line to protect the Constitution of this country, I find it absolutely despicable that you all sitting here in your cushy seats and air conditioning feel so comfortable crapping all over the Fourth Amendment rights our families have bled and died defending with the press of a vote button. This is one of the safest cities in the nation. And we have a huge budget deficit. Continuing to fund ALPRs is not only an unreasonable seizure of our data, it is also fiscally irresponsible and empirically unwarranted. Your own data screams it. I personally have met a hacktivist who was able to get into the camera systems. Luckily, they had altruistic intention.
Your time has concluded.
It's going to enable criminals to commit more crime.
Thank you. You can definitely email comments in to cityclerk@sandiego.gov and those will be distributed. And you were Amanda, correct? So Gwendolyn Garcia?
Hi, I'm Gwen. I'm a resident of District 9 and a volunteer with the San Diego River Park Foundation. I'm also here with DFLOC SD. First, DFLOC San Diego, cameras and police don't keep our communities safe. We've known this for decades, and we were reminded last month when SDPD and their ALPRs failed to prevent the anti-Muslim terrorist attack at the Islamic Center of San Diego. They had their chance and they failed. Investments in community and infrastructure are what keep us safe. I live in District 9 and I want a connected community, which is why I strongly support the San Diego River Park Foundation's request to use developer impact fees to fund the West Valley River crossing. Completing this segment links City Council Districts 2, 3, 7, and 9. It gives us a safe, beautiful, non-vehicular route to the beach, our employment centers, transit, and local businesses. Residents want to swap driving for carbon-free multimodal commutes, but don't feel safe or like this is a realistic option until this link is established. Please help connect us and make sustainable travel a reality in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwendolyn. Gabriel Aravena?
Hello, my name is Gabriela Aravena. I'm a union member of Teamsters 481 and constituent of District 3. Hi, Stephen. Not good enough. Not good enough. Stephen, how many of your constituents, including those from the LGBTQ community that you use as progressive performativeness, do you need to hear tell you that they do not want flock technology for you to listen? Please, we are begging you to oppose, cancel, eliminate flock ALPR technology. It's creepy and it's super weird and we do not want it because it's being used as collective data for mass surveillance. It's also pushing racism and ICE agents and allowing them to kidnap and terrorize our community. Stop performing and be progressive for real. Our problems and deficits are due to corruption within our government, utilities, food system, and every aspect of our lives. We need to immediately stop allowing council members from using
Thank
money
you for
as
that
accepting lobbyists.
concluding remark.
We don't have a budget problem. We have
Thank
a
you for that
black rock.
concluding remark. I do have to be fair. Allegedly Audra? After that will be Lily Arani, Marco Espinoza, Kimberly Mullen. Those are our final speakers here in council chambers.
Trading children and youth success for a digital prison is extremely negligent, and people need to take a broader step back and see that this ALPR, this is going into residential neighborhoods. People are getting contracts with it, and the fact is when it's put together with AI and things like Palantir and these fusion centers, and the fact that they can have piggyback access, they have, you know, an enterprise contracts with these fusion centers that use advanced technology that's insulated from legal, legislative processes that would allow us to get rid of it. And the San Diego Police Department is one that is feeding into these analytics. And, once it's at the Fusion Center, it goes out. So it's like, no matter what you guys do, this digital prison is here. It's going to be weaponized. We can see that. All you have to do is look at China. But it's like, you guys are going to bring it in some other fashion, whether or not it's flock or not. And we need to be very concerned because it's all of us, not just immigrants.
Thank you. Lily Irani?
Hi, my name is Lily Irani. I'm a resident of D3 and a member of DSA. So hi, Stephen. And I'm also a member of the UC San Diego Faculty Association. So hi, Joe. People have made very powerful points about how every dollar we spend on Flock, total $2 million a year, should be spent on local jobs in arts, parks and rec, child and youth services, and transportation planning. So I want to share some facts that maybe haven't been shared before. In Milwaukee, a police officer searched for his partner and her ex-boyfriend over 170 times on a Flock system. In Kansas, the police chief searched for his ex 280 times. So Flock stalking at a click of the mouse. And these are stories from other cities, but now we've learned from the Times of San Diego that 5 months ago, Hugo Parra was wrongly jailed for a month, missing the holidays with his family based on flawed Flock data. And we only know this because of dogged reporting, so we can only imagine how many other stories like this are already happening in San Diego. Flock makes us less safe. Fund jobs keep the money local. Thanks.
Marco Espinoza?
Afternoon, Marco Espinoza. In terms of what I hear about Flock today, out of all the times I've come to these public meetings, I'm pretty sure I've heard our use of Flock is extremely limited and it's very narrow, but there's a lot of confusion and animosity towards the parent company and how it's used in other cities. I could totally be wrong and interpreting my memory incorrectly here, which I've done plenty of times. But anyway, I just wanted to get that one off. Not that I'm trying to give Flock any cover, but if there is confusion out there, that could be it. People just aren't aware. Oh, shoot, I used up all my time. I'm so sorry. Such a dork. Anyways, the retirement program, I don't want anyone in the future running for office to be using that as excuses, and I'll be watching.
And then Kimberly Mullen? No, Kimberly Mullen. That does conclude public comment here in council chambers. We are now going to those participating remotely. I've started the 5-minute timer. It is 1 minute apiece as it was in person. We have 27 people with their hands raised, starting with Josephine Vo. If you can please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Okay, 1 second, let me pull it up. Okay, hi, I want to echo the comments of other community members. We cannot strengthen an unaccountable state security apparatus at the expense of real longstanding safety and real opportunity for the people. I also want to speak to longtime property owners in more wealthy San Diego neighborhoods. You guys are the ones who are robbing our city, and a large part of the reason for this deficit. Every time you vote to preserve your low property taxes, you steal from your neighbors. Traditionally, before Prop 13, property taxes were how cities and counties in California funded their services and infrastructure, and this is still the case for most other states. Every time we've tried to raise the cap on increasing property taxes, homeowners have voted against it. Shame on you for stealing from your neighbors and for those who know about it but don't speak up. Homeowning neighbors, when you pay your paltry property taxes year after year, and now here today when you try to take money from services that we need and make the city charge for parking, make the police need to issue parking tickets to fund their department, instead of actually help keeping us safe, you vote to surveil us because of your own paranoias. Make no mistake that you're stealing from us, from your precious police force and forcing the zero-sum game. We can't keep playing this game. We need real revenue sources. That said, even if we had the money, we cannot strengthen an unaccountable
Sorry, your
state
time did
security
run out. That's my
apparatus.
apologies. Jason B., if you can please unmute.
Hi, my name is Jason. I urge you to keep the multimodal traffic safety team funded, at least partially. This would have no net impact on the general fund because the transportation department is already funded. This is about priorities within transportation. In September of 2024, this council unanimously passed a resolution to affirm safety as transportation's highest priority. The traffic safety team is only 2% of the transportation budget. If safety truly is the highest priority, we can certainly dedicate 2% of the transportation budget to it, even if it means 4% fewer potholes filled. Just this Saturday, a 62-year-old woman was killed crossing a section of El Cajon Boulevard where there's no crosswalk for a quarter of a mile. That section is scheduled for resurfacing later this year. This is exactly the type of dangerous street conditions the multimodal traffic safety team is critical for fixing. So please fund them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Barbara Gordon. If you can please unmute. Barbara Gordon.
City's #1 responsibility is public safety. I urge you to not cancel the police department's automated license plate recognition program. This technology has proven to be one of the department's most effective crime-fighting tools, helping officers quickly identify stolen vehicles, locate suspects, and solve serious crime that might otherwise remain unsolved. At a time when public safety remains a top concern for residents, it would be counterproductive to weaken a technology that provides law enforcement with timely objectives and actionable information. I urge you, this council, to prioritize community safety by maintaining support for the ALPR program, preserving the tools that help keep San Diego residents and businesses and neighborhoods safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kate. Kate Burnett, please unmute.
Hi all, thank you all again for the opportunity. My name is Kate Burnett. I am calling on behalf of the arts and culture community and in my role at the San Diego Museum of Art. Again, we so appreciate the IBA and the City Council for finding really creative ways to leverage public-private partnerships to ensure that the arts and culture industry in the city maintains its sort of excellence, even in this difficult budget year. Echoing my ask from Friday, regardless of whether you manage to restore fully the nearly $12 million in grant funding, we hold it at $6 million, or we get it somewhere in between. We are asking you to maintain the existing grant allocation structure. We are incredibly aware of equity concerns and the need to mitigate impacts as much as possible, and we will continue to do so in long-term conversations, but we're hoping for this year to keep the funding
Thank
in
you
the
for
same
that
model.
concluding remark. Nancy, if you can please unmute. Nancy Relaford. And before you begin, that was the 5-minute timer. No additional speakers will be taken. 28 speakers are in the queue. Please proceed.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Happy Pride. My name is Nancy Relaford. I'm a resident of District 3 and a member of the LGBTQ community. I want to quickly thank Councilmember Whitburn for getting rid or helping to get rid of Balboa Park paid parking. And then I will just say, please defund FLOC and redirect those funds to community needs. I want to thank the 4 council members who have proposed a start to that effort. And I urge you, Councilmember Whitburn, and the others to join them. Members of the broader LGBTQ, queer, trans community and residents of your diverse district are harmed more than helped by police surveillance technology. It's easy for older white people like me to, if we don't look outside our own bubble, to believe the story that police keep us safe and technology prevents crime. And those things are not true. If we just look outside our bubble or listen to people here.
Your time has concluded. Andrew Hollingworth, if you can please unmute.
Yes, thank you. I'm Andrew Hollingworth, representing the Peninsula Community Planning Board in District 2. We urge the restoration of cuts to recreation centers, libraries, and arts and culture in District 2 and citywide, for which 4 of you supported in your budget memorandums. You should fund this by further cuts to bloated city staffing, wages, and benefits. We also urge cutting car allowances, cell phones, and travel for city staff. We reject any tax and fee increase on already overburdened residents as advocated by the IBA and Councilman Elo Rivera, as evidenced by the rejection of Measure A last week by taxpayers. 4 city staff made more than the U.S. president. At least 10 made more than a U.S. senator. So wages and salaries are still bloated. Please restore the cuts to library and rec center hours and the arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Taxpayer, if you can please unmute.
Hello and good afternoon. I am here to state my opposition to cuts to the arts and park services and would urge our city council to consider ending our contract with Flock. I'd like to thank the city council for being patient and hearing our voice. For many San Diegans, these meetings on Tuesday afternoons are unattainable as we work very hard to enjoy America's finest city. Our investment in Flock does not keep us safe. Our investment in communities does. If we're able to address the root cause of crime, which is shattered social services and funding, we'll be able to prevent crime, unlike mass surveillance. Giving away our right to privacy today is taking away rights for future generations. I again implore you to cancel the Flock contract and reinvest in San Diego to make sure that we remain America's finest city. Be leaders, not reactionaries. End Flock.
Next is phone number ending in 2660. 2660, if you can please unmute, *6. After that is Jesse Schmidt. 2660, oh, there you go.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Brandon Sigwa, and I'm a senior policy advocate for the ACLU of San Diego and Imperial County. How we choose to invest our money dictates the future of our city. Our budget should tell the story of hope over fear. Fear is funding the surveillance of our community members while reducing the services that keep them safe and supported. Fear is bankrolling automated license plate readers and already dangerous technology under a hostile administration in anticipation of crimes that have not yet occurred and may never occur. Fear is the planned overinvestment in law enforcement, all while recklessly accepting San Diego Police Department's skyrocketing overtime and civil lawsuit settlement costs as the price of supposed safety. We need to change this story. Hope is investing in a future where all San Diegans can thrive. It means funding proven solutions to the problems that we are facing right now. Hope means supporting our youth through community-centered services and programs like Parks and Rec, libraries, the Office of Child and Youth Success, and the arts. Hope means funding crucial infrastructure. Serving the constituents of this city means investing in our future and not our oppression. Fund the services San Diegans desperately need. Let San Diego's budget tell a story
Your
of
time
hope.
has
Thank you.
concluded. Thank you. Jesse, if you can please unmute.
Hi, good afternoon, Council President and council members. My name is Jesse Schmidt, and I serve as the District 8 Commissioner on the Commission on Gang Prevention and Intervention. I'm here today in support of ending the city's automated license plate reader contract. I want to thank Councilwoman Vivian Moreno for her commitment to working with community and continuing to uplift our voices and concerns. As someone who works on issues related to violence prevention and community safety, I believe that we must be thoughtful about the types of investments that we actually make throughout our communities. District 8 has north of 100 ALPR cameras throughout our community, nearly 20% of which are within a half-mile of Chicano Park, cameras stretching along Logan Avenue. Communities that have historically been over-policed, including immigrant communities, communities of color, and low-income neighborhoods, often bear the greatest burden of expanded surveillance. Public safety is strongest when communities trust the public institutions. That trust is built through investment in people, not perpetual expansion of surveillance infrastructure. I urge the council to terminate this contract.
Your time has
and instead
concluded.
prioritize investment.
Thank you. Citlali Martinez Cano. After that is Tanner Marino. Citlali, if you can, there you go.
Your constituents have spoken to you for hours about the importance of funding communities, the realities of funding Flock, how it would target women, marginalized communities, and do more harm than good. But I'll speak to you about what you like. Money. Flock will lose money for San Diegans, whereas the arts and community orgs increase funding. Flock will not cost $2 million, it will cost much, much more. San Diego Police is already facing a lawsuit due to misuse of Flock data. They're seeking $1.5 million each in damages. That's not $2 million for Flock, that's $5 million, with many more incidents to come. Flock is easily hackable, and it has already been used in disgusting ways to support ICE and harass citizens. You cannot afford Flock, and nobody wants it. Support youth services, arts, community orgs. Nobody wants Flock, and San Diego cannot afford it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tanner, if you can please unmute. Tanner?
Hello.
We can hear you.
I would
Please
like to
proceed.
thank-
Sorry.
Yes, thank you. I would like to thank council members Sean Elo Rivera, Henry Foster, Kent Lee, and Vivian Moreno on the proposal to end the flock contract and put much needed money back into the communities of San Diego. Just this week, the Times of San Diego reported how flock led an innocent man to be jailed for over a month. ALPR doesn't keep San Diego safe. It causes us to waste money on lawsuits and violates our freedoms. Councilmember Whitburn, as a member of your district, please vote to shut down flock. Protect our civil liberties and put our money back to our communities where it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Francis. If you can please unmute.
Just a couple blocks from where you're all at Blue Bottle Coffee, I overheard Mayor Gloria tell the chair of the San Diego Democratic Party they needed to make sure the public didn't blame the city for the flooding. Budgets are moral documents. The flooding was a direct result of years of neglected drain cleaning in poor neighborhoods, which you all voted for. And do you remember when many of you approved the mayor's plan to criminalize the unhoused? Well, how much time now do the police spend doing sweeps and picking people up? I actually watched them spend a half hour arresting a man in a wheelchair for missing a court date. That man needed food, a shower, shelter, and a community that cares about him, not police dehumanizing him in public and taking him into perpetuating a broken system. I'm personally appalled the Mayor Gloria was chosen to lead the Council of Mayors. I hope instead of spreading draconian policies, he'll learn from other mayors who lead with
Your time has concluded. Aishwarya Mitra, if you can please unmute.
Hi all, my name is Sparky. Dear council members, I'm Sparky Mitra, an engineering PhD student and D3 resident. It's time to abandon a dystopian desire for a surveillance state in favor of one that serves the people and truly protects us. What keeps us safe? Investing in child and youth success. What keeps us safe? Putting money towards arts, culture, libraries, and parks. Who keeps us safe? We keep us safe. Not flock, not corporations, not over surveillance. Now it's your time to decide if you'll join us. You get to decide with your wallet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Yana, if you can please unmute. Yana Moreno.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. I'm here to oppose the cuts to our infrastructure. You now know that flock cameras have zero oversight, no meaningful impact, and leaves us vulnerable for lawsuits. Do not forget it failed to stop the Islamic Center shooting, an event enabled by our mayor and this council's failure to meet Islamophobia with the same zeal it discourages dissent toward a foreign nation. So why pour millions into a tool that does not work? You know these systems continue to amplify algorithmic racial profiling in neighborhoods already over-policed. The SDPD 2025 crime report shows that overall crime fell by 6% and is expected to stay on trend, yet our spending on surveillance keeps rising. Honestly, how is an officer supposed to prevent crime when our youth have nowhere to go? We should be investing in arts, public space, youth programs, and infrastructure, the things that are proven to build community resilience. And to the folks who say we already carry a smartphone, so who cares about privacy? With respect, many of them can't even find the brightness setting on their device. Please divest from private shady companies and invest in San Diegans and not in our criminalization. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, if you can please unmute. Tony Harrison.
Yes, hello. I'm Tony Harrison, I'm a concerned citizen, taxpayer, veteran. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
I've noticed that the flock ALP camera's been all over the city, and it's not something that I paid for or that we had a vote on. And like I said, like me being a veteran, I fought for our rights and our freedoms, and this violates that freedom. I feel like we should defund our block contract and we reinvest into the community, into the YMCA, the Boys and Girls Club, the arts, because those programs work and you work at the community. We all grow and benefit from that. Defund block, please. Thank you.
Nancy, if you can please unmute.
Hi,
I'm a mom to two littles. I'm an organizer and I work in homeless services and public health. I have used my First Amendment rights a lot since October 2023. I'm asking you to cancel the FLOC contract and use the money to fund community care, including libraries, Parks and Rec, and the Meal Good Day Center. FLOC is a bad investment with a 99.9 fail rate. It's a bad investment when it failed to stop a domestic terrorist attack. A good investment is focused on prevention, like preventing a costly Hep A outbreak by providing showers and laundry, or preventing overflowing ERs by providing a place for someone to receive their Medi-Cal renewal paperwork, case management support, and training and employment help to keep their Medi-Cal under HR 1. This is wise. FLOC has been used to wrongly accuse and jail people. It's been used to stalk women, track protesters and immigrants. STPD FLOC documents are now so severely redacted on what an officer looks up, when and how often. How can I trust that you'll catch any wrongdoing by an officer when STPD didn't willingly do that when they
Your
shared
time
that?
has concluded. Harry Bubbins, if you can please unmute.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the slurry ideas to fund the multimodal program. They design safe crossings and complete streets in all 9 council districts. In 2024, crashes killed 3 times more San Diegans than homicides. That's a safety need. This team also wins state grants and supports affordable housing. Cutting them would cost the city. And you know about costly lawsuits from crashes. This team would help avoid that. For general revenue, sell custom San Diego street signs like other cities do. New York City just sold out of Knickerbocker Avenue signs. Guess why? For everyone else, let's pressure Congress to cut just one F-35 fighter jet. That alone would cover the deficit. Thank you for your continued investment in the multimodal program and fund the West Valley River crossing. It really would be epic for all San Diegans. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. If you can please unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
So my name is Danny Orozco. I'm a resident of District 3. If this council claims to care about the people that you represent, then I ask you to think about your neighbors who are just trying to make it through the week. Think about parents who are looking for something free to do with their kids on a Saturday. Think about kids and teens that need somewhere to be when school's out. Think about college students who are stretched thin and just need to go sit in a park that's maintained or study in a library that's open late. Access to those things is how people are holding it together. We make it to the next week with the support of our community, and we can only help each other if we have safe spaces dedicated to doing so. FLOC safety cameras don't do that. Surveillance doesn't make people feel safe, it makes people feel watched. Cities don't become communities because you put more cameras on their corners. So today you have an opportunity to tell us with your vote that you see us, you hear us, and you're going to invest in us. Please cancel the FLOC contract, fund libraries, arts, parks, and youth programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Stump. If you can please unmute. John Stump, I can't unmute for you. There you go.
Yes, thank you very much. Earlier, I provided you a suggestion for gaining more funds by charging a rebate to any operator in the Balboa Park and other parks that pays their employees more than $500,000 a year. What I'm concerned about in this budget is, particularly for the council persons in districts 4, 8, and 9, have you provided funding for the 2024 flood victims? Is there money in the liability fund to pay the $500 million worth of claims for the 2024 flood victims? Or is an attorney like Michael Aguirre going to have to come and demand those funds from you in a trial? Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Next is Pat Wilson. Please unmute.
Pat Wilson, Friends of San Diego Public Library. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today. Thank you for being responsive to the public's advocacy on behalf of libraries, parks, and the arts. Investing in community resources is public safety. There's still more work to be done, though. Library hours haven't been fully restored even to 2026 levels, so we request that be done. Every community needs its libraries open and staffed. The Rancho Penasquitos branch should only be closed for as long as the much-needed renovations take, not all year. Parks and recreation centers are also vital resources and should be prioritized over surveillance technology. You can cancel the flock contract and no one will miss it. Thank you very much for your attention and good luck on the rest of the day.
Thank you. David C., if you can please unmute.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is David Cathell and I'm calling from Pacific Beach. I want to emphasize how important public safety is for me, my neighborhood, and people all across the city. Several city council members say that they too prioritize public safety, and I asked them to invest in one of the best ways to keep San Diegans safe, that is funding the multimodal team. It is easy to downplay and dismiss the dangers of poorly designed intersections and crossings until someone dies. In funding the multimodal team, there is an opportunity to proactively save lives. You cannot save these lives through weed, brush, and graffiti abatement. You cannot save lives with 12 miles of slurry seal. If you wish to do more than just pay lip service to public safety and instead actually do something about it, if you value the lives of all San Diegans, including the ones who choose to walk, ride, and roll, please use the RMRA funds to fund the multimodal team. The West Valley River crossing should also be funded. Thank you.
Zoom user, if you can please unmute. Zoom user. A pop-up should have shown. I can't unmute for you. I will have to go to the next speaker if you can't unmute yourself. Alita Chavez, if you can please unmute. Alita?
Good afternoon, City Council members. I'm Elida Chavez, Friends of the Oak Park Library and Oak Park Community Council. Thank you, Councilman Foster, Rivera, Moreno, and all of you for supporting our libraries to stay open and for our parks and recs. Again, I'm asking you to continue working on those priorities and especially to make sure that the funds are for the arts and culture programs as well. These services are priority for our youth, families, and in all communities, especially in District 4, 8, and 9. Please, please, please make sure that those three services continue in all of our communities, especially 4, 8, and 9. I urge you, do not support the flock funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dominic Lamandry, if you can please unmute.
Hi, yes, my name is Dominic Lamandry from the East Village Association, and I'm here to speak in support of the maintenance of the ALPR system utilized by SDPD. East Village is a large district. We are the largest downtown residential district, and because of our size, we see, and because of our accessibility, we see a lot of unfortunate criminal acts that happen in and around downtown that seem to pass through our district. And having an additional tool for PD to follow up on crimes and prosecute crimes via evidence gathering that is provided by the ALPR system helps our downtown community remain safer and helps keep criminals accountable. I don't think that necessarily that we need to choose between arts funding or youth success funding and ALPR funding. I consider both matters of public safety. And I think that it's incumbent upon this council to find a way forward in which we can accomplish both tasks in terms of funding our youth services, but also keeping our public safe. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have 8 speakers left in the queue. No additional speakers will be taken. Biggs, if you can please unmute. You are unmuted. We do not hear you here in council chambers. I'm not sure if the device that you're speaking into may be muted as well. If you cannot fix your technical difficulties, we will need to move on. The device, your phone or tablet or any device that you're using may be muted. You can definitely send in your comments through cityclerk@sandiego.gov. Courtney, if you can please unmute.
Good afternoon, honorable council members. My name is Courtney Baltiski with the YMCA of San Diego County and Children First Collective. Thank you for being open to learning about how thriving communities are safe communities. and restoring funding to arts and culture, park and rec, library, and importantly, the Office of Child and Youth Success. The IBA's report and recommendations for a position back under the mayor's team will help continue the child and youth plan. We really see this as a baseline and something to build upon. We want to applaud all of the young people who showed out through budget discussions and recognize the presentations given by Youth Will, Our Time to Act, and Mid-City Can over the last couple of weeks. We encourage council members and the mayor to set conditions where young people continue to be engaged and heard for civic engagement. Appoint your youth commissioners, and young people keep showing out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Susan, if you can please unmute.
Thank you. My name is Susan Baldwin. I'm a D9 resident. After listening to the testimony today, I urge you to cancel the flock contract and invest those funds in park and recreation and library programs that benefit San Diego youth. Thank you to the council members who support canceling flock, but to those who have not gotten there yet, I sincerely hope you change your mind and vote to shut down flock. Thank you.
Next is Seth Hall, if you can please unmute. Seth Hall.
Thank you, council members. Seth Hall with the Trust SD Coalition. It's very clear from the testimony across the community today that the surveillance system, Flock and Ubiquia, is the wrong technology in the wrong place at the wrong time. And the only remaining question from this process is whether we have the wrong city leaders in place as well. 4 council members have proposed biting the bullet, making difficult decisions to reprioritize and fund community services and fund the things that the people who are talking to you are asking for. But the question is, do we have a majority of city council and a mayor who will double down on using the wrong technology, even when the vast majority of the community is asking you to please redirect the funding? I implore the city council members to make difficult decisions, but to go ahead and make them today and listen to the community.
Your time has concluded, though. Thank you so much. Benjamin Nichols, if you can please unmute.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Nichols, and I'm the Executive Director of the Hillcrest Business Association, and I represent 1,800 small business and property owners. We register our support for the preservation of the ALPR camera technology as a vital tool for preserving public safety in Hillcrest. The troubling rise in incidences we witnessed several years ago, including a pellet gun attack and the appearance of hate-filled graffiti throughout the neighborhood, has receded due to the presence of these cameras. This technology isn't about surveillance, but it's about providing a sense of safety to our customers and projecting the message to criminals that they will be caught. I must also report our opposition to the proposed increase of police fees related to special events. Raising these fees is a way to see your neighborhood street fairs canceled. Right now, police staffing represents over 20% of the budgets for our neighborhood festivals. We have already canceled beloved neighborhood events because of these huge costs. This is untenable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Karina Hellman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Karina, and I'm here as a concerned citizen. I urge you to cancel the ALPR flock contract. It is a serious risk to our privacy and civil liberties. It does not require establishing probable cause and obtaining search warrants, which provide oversight and accountability as required by the 4th Amendment. Some folks may ask, why should I care if I have nothing to hide? Because you don't get to decide what suspicious looks like tomorrow, and mistakes happen, and you're the one who pays for them. As history has shown, when governments or third parties gain unchecked surveillance powers, they're eventually used against people who weren't doing anything wrong until someone decided they are. Until early in 2025, ALPRs weren't used for tracking immigrants, but now they are, despite policies prohibiting it. History has shown that powerful
Your time
secret
has
surveillance
concluded.
tools.
My apologies, your time has concluded. Blaine Wagner, if you can please unmute. Blaine Wagner.
Hi, am I coming through fine?
You have 1 minute. Please proceed. We can hear you.
Hello, members of the City Council. My name is Blaine Wagner, and I live in Bankers Hill in District 3. First off, want to thank you for listening to all of our comments and dedicating your time to our city. I'd like to comment to urge the City Council to include the multimodal transportation team in the budget priority memos in their full capacity. According to the city's official Vision Zero data, in 2024, 54 San Diegans lost their lives on our surface streets, while another 138 were severely injured. These figures are not some random statistics from a far, far away land. They're our own neighbors and loved ones. The multimodal team is an investment in directly saving lives, pure and simple, through vital work like daylighting reviews and street redesigns. I know we're budget sensitive at the moment. For this reason, I recommend using the flexible RMRA or Transnet funds. Consulting the multimodal team during routine street repaving creates an incredibly cheap opportunity to build safer streets and completely avoids expensive capital projects later and saves our neighbors' lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sina Sanchez. And then our final speaker will be via voices. Sina, please unmute.
Council, can you hear me now?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, I do not believe that SDPD should be rewarded with expanded surveillance powers while serious questions about accountability and public trust remain unresolved. Right now, SDPD officer Brandon McGibbon is facing federal child exploitation charges involving multiple minors. While he is entitled to due process, these allegations have understandably shaken public confidence in the department. At the same time, taxpayers continue to pay for lawsuits and settlements involving police misconduct while officers and community members raise concerns about favoritism, retaliation, and a lack of transparency. And after the horrific attack at the Islamic Center that claimed the lives of Amin Abdullah, Mansour Kaziha, Nadir Awad, we should be asking whether more surveillance is actually preventing violence, not simply collecting more data after tragedy strikes. Before SDPD receives more surveillance technology, the public deserves accountability, transparency, and proof that these systems are making our community safer. Trust must come before more power does. Thank you.
Thank you. Via voices, if you can please unmute.
Hi, my name is Wee Tran, Executive Director for Big Voices. I have been engaging the budget process in 2020 now, and every single time, my only hope is for more people to engage in the same process, because the conversation about the budget is, on the one side, I hear the police turn people out talking about public safety in a very singular perspective. This camera, and that's it. But the other side of the conversation, you may not hear this, and I'm going to state it out loud, is that you cannot balance the budget on a single department. You have to balance the budget on every single services, department, and needs of the community, because you know what? Camera does not send our kids to colleges. Libraries do. Park keep our kids alive and healthy, and they will send it to our kids to colleges. And art and culture would make our kids more imaginative to become better leaders. The joke about going to lobbying to all of you council members is that the question is always, have things ever done in another city?
I am
Yes,
sorry.
things have done
Your
in other
time
cities.
has concluded. For the record, this item did receive 12 comments in favor and 29 comments in opposition via our e-comment form, which have been distributed to the council. That does conclude public comment on item 704. Thank you, Council President.
All right, City Clerk. First, let's give a big thank you to City Clerk and all the City Clerk staff. They always do an amazing job juggling all the slips that come in, the bundling, the paper clips that go sideways, the handwriting that cannot be written. But thank you for that. Before I turn it over to my colleagues, I do want to thank Charles and Jillian in the Office of the IBA for your work over the past few weeks. It's an extraordinary amount of work processing a lot of data. I do want to thank the mayor for sitting through this, the 5 chiefs for sitting through this, various department heads that are in the audience listening in, and will make themselves available if our colleagues have any questions. I also want to start out by recognizing Councilmember Foster, who has been the chair of the Budget Committee, chaired the Budget Review Committee, and as Council President, I'm going to extend the courtesy to let you control the conversation. Obviously, you will kick this off, and we'll see how it goes, but Friday was not your last day as Budget Chair. We're going to keep you a tight rein on you, sir. because you've really done the work and dug in, you and your staff, and it is very much appreciated. I will have more comments, but I wanted to kind of signal to my colleagues about how we should run this. We are going to get a budget adopted tonight. Let's see how we get there. So with that, Councilmember Foster, Chair of our Budget Committee, kick us off.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to the independent budget analyst and your team for all the work with this FY 2027 budget process, not just for the work with the council, but also for the work with the public and community town halls. It's always good to have you and your team in District 4. So thank you for your willingness to always come out. Also, just want to thank the public for your engagement during this budget development cycle. Not just for today. These conversations have, because of the challenges that we face with this budget, we tried our best in working with Council President to make sure we offered additional opportunities for public engagement, because as we are trying to deal with the structural deficit, we just want to make sure that we do everything we can to understand your thoughts, your needs as we continue to move forward. I would also like to thank the mayor and city staff. As I said, this has been a long road to get us here today. First, I want to start by also acknowledging the structural deficit and thank my colleagues for the robust discussion that has taken place this year. As everyone is aware, we started the FY 2027 budget discussions with about $120 million structural deficit. This structural deficit did not begin yesterday, nor is it the cause of this council. Rather, it's the cause of years of mismanagement by the very individuals that we see today in press conferences and on social media that are intentionally misleading the public. And I must say, this budget cycle demands tough discussions and decisions. But as I have previously said, even in a deficit, we must not lose our moral compass. For me, this is about the city's priorities and what the city plans to prioritize in its budget. And unfortunately, due to the deficit, city services are affected, which in turn directly impacts the quality of life for residents. I represent communities that for generations have been overlooked in budget conversations. These are working families, primarily people of color, who have long endured disinvestment, inadequate infrastructure, and lack of access to opportunity. Let me be very clear. Equity has to continue to be the path forward. And as we continue to move away from across-the-board cuts, it will be more uncomfortable. Change is not easy, but change we must. This proposed budget has made progress. When we look at equity, we are investing in community and our youth, essential for safety, workforce development, and community well-being. We are restoring library, parks, and recreation, prioritizing services in under-resourced communities where these services are critical to the success of our neighborhoods. We are investing in infrastructure in our under-resourced communities. We must hold the line and go further. A city where equity drives investment decisions must be our standard, not a soundbite. As we move forward, the city must continue to address the structural deficit, and the city must improve regarding transparency and accountability. We must improve public trust. There is still much to do, and I look forward to the discussions to come as we work to make San Diego the best it can be and meet the call of all residents. To the residents of District 4, I spend my days with one question on my heart. What is in the best interest of District 4? And I stand committed to ensuring that District 4 receives the investment that it deserves. And so with that, Council President, I offer the following motion. Madam Clerk, if we can pull up the slide deck. Next slide. So with that, item number 1, I move that we approve the mayor's fiscal year 2027 proposed budget as modified by the mayor's May revision. Number 2, approve the IBA's recommended final budget expenditure modifications included in IBA report number 26-15 as summarized in table 2. Recommended general fund expenditure modifications, page 20, and as supported by recommended resources identified in table 1, recommended general fund resources for modifications to FY 2027 budget, page 12, with the following modifications to table 1 to reduce residual redevelopment property tax trust fund, RPTTF, the amount of $185. I will, just as a point of clarification, if I can ask the city attorney's office, do I need to read into the record each and every dollar value, or referencing the tables, does that meet that? Satisfy what we need?
These are already in the IBA's report, so you can just read them
Okay, thank you.
without saying all the dollar amounts.
Okay, so then what I will do is I will read through for table 2, as shown in the IBA's recommended general fund expenditure modification from the IBA report 26-15. The following are ongoing operating budget items restored: CPPS, Child and Youth Success Program Coordinator and non-personnel expenditures, Office of the City Auditor restorations, Special Events Filming Program Manager restoration, Independent Budget Analyst Office restoration, monies allocated for a Deputy City Clerk 2, and funding provided for the Ethics Commission Management Software Licensing Fee. I'm sorry. Yes, licensing fee. For one-time operating budget items, the following are restored or included: the Small Business Enhancement Program, the Office of the Commission on Police Practices Complaint and Investigation Information Management System, and the Ethics Commission Management Software Implementation. Item number 3, approve the restoration of the multimodal team for $1,450,000 within the Transportation Department, and authorize the same amount, the use of road maintenance and rehabilitation account, RMRA funds, to reimburse work of the team on eligible projects. Number 4, approve arts and culture funding in the amount of $6 million by transferring $6 million in Measure C Convention Center funds to the Special Promotional Programs budget for payment of existing Convention Center debt as described on pages 5 through 7, and award freed up Special Promotional Program dollars to arts. I'm sorry, hold on really quick. I just need to check something. To arts organizations using currently established methodology. Number 5, approve alternative homelessness program reductions as described on pages 7 through 9 in place of those reflected in the May revision, adjustments for which have no net budgetary impact. Number 6, approve the restoration of one program manager within the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement, transfer the existing 28 FTE positions and restored program manager from the city treasurer's office to the city attorney's office, and increase city attorney office revenue by $2.2 million as described on pages 9 through 10. Item number 7, approve the following expenditure restorations and additional operating expenditures: library restorations, all branches; recreation center restorations, all parks and rec centers; arts and culture and community festival program funding, $450,000; Homelessness Security Services for Safe Storage, Police Department Graffiti Unit Supervisor, Police Department Sex Registration Unit Supervisor. Stormwater clearance includes wetland and channel maintenance, the amount of $1,345,451. Includes expansion of lifeguard wellness program, fire rescue community resource officer, and taking the excess equity and making a contribution to the general fund stability reserve in the amount of $1.7 million. Number 8, to effectuate action 7, allocate the following identified resources. Take an additional property management cost savings, and also defund the Smart Streetlight Automated License Plate Reader contract. Again, I would like to note for the record, in regards to the license plate reader contract, I have very specific concerns and ethical issues regarding on how that contract was awarded. As we know, it was a sole source negotiated contract, and the officer that was responsible for negotiating that contract is now employed by the manufacturer. We have already had data breaches within our own system. And as stated during public comment, almost 70 cities have either rejected or canceled the flock contracts. Moving to item number 9, appropriate $750,000 from the Mission Valley Urban Impact Fee to a new capital improvement project, CIP project, for the West Valley River Crossing. And item number 10, allocate the remaining $2.6 million from the Neighborhood Enhancement Fee Fund to the Affordable Housing Preservation Fund to be managed by the San Diego Housing Commission. And with that, that concludes the motion to approve the FY27 budget. Council President.
You stepped up and delivered, my friend. Well done. All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Foster as a hard copy that was distributed and was on the screen briefly. We'll go next to Council President Pro Tem Lee.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to the public for your patience and feedback, not just as we finalize a budget today, but throughout the months of this process. I want to thank Chair Foster for his leadership through this process, as well as walking through this motion. I'm going to take a quick aside to recognize our D6 interns, Saba, Natalie, Paulo, and Jacob, who are back here. Of all meetings, they chose this meeting to be their first meeting to be in chambers. Thank you for making that choice. Thank you to the IBA. We cannot accomplish what we do without their work, but I want to note especially that the public benefits tremendously from their ability to provide greater transparency and clarity in understanding every step of this budget. The IBA took all of our priorities and ultimately recommended a series of actions that matches with many of those priorities, including restoring funding for community programs and projects, the Office of Child and Youth Success, the Film Program Manager, and much more. I want to especially note my frustration that with every budget year, we see attempts to cut funding for the city's critical oversight offices, such as the Office of the City Auditor. Thank you for restoring that. And I certainly believe it is time that we now take action to prevent this annual back and forth with our auditor moving forward. We often talk about how a budget is a statement of our values, not just as ambiguous beliefs, not even just the KPIs or goals we work to achieve year over year, but perhaps literally, what do we value? And from the very start of our budget hearings, I have stated that it's not enough to simply balance our budget fiscally, but to actually deliver a balance that meets the needs of residents throughout every part of San Diego. To me, a balanced city means that we value the significance of our libraries and recreation centers for the critical role they play, especially for young people. This motion provides a full restoration of library and recreation center hours across the city. We value our artistic and cultural economy, one that we've studied provides over $1 billion of economic impact, but which also impacts our very livelihoods and what it means to be a San Diegan. I'm proud to have collaborated with Budget Chair Foster as we held numerous discussions with stakeholders throughout our arts and culture community, the tourism industry, and philanthropic partners to not only seek restoration of funding for this year, but to begin the broader regional and collaborative discussions about how we move forward. I want to take this moment to thank our county supervisors, Chair Lawson Reamer, Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp, and Pro Tem Aguirre for their recent support of arts and culture, not in place of the city's efforts, but as an addition to what we envision is needed for our region. Thank you to the Previs Foundation, who stepped up at this critical moment with a matching commitment of $3 million. Again, not to backfill the city, but to show that they can collaborate with the city, the county, and the entire arts and culture community to explore a new path forward. Together with this proposal's restoration of CPPS and ACCF funding, we restore over $10.3 million back into our communities. Finally, we absolutely do value public safety in this city. In fact, I'm sure many members of the public would be happy to point out that our budget seems to value it heavily. But I would also note that we don't just value public safety in the form of our police department, which does do essential and critical work that keeps all of us safe on a daily basis. This motion shows that we value the safety that is achieved through a variety of our core services: libraries that teach and provide safe spaces, rec centers that keep youth and families active, stormwater channel maintenance, needs that are recommended by our fire chief ahead of future storms, and finally, funding to support lifeguard wellness, fire department outreach needs, and police department positions to address sex crimes and graffiti. All of these I consider to be part of public safety as well. This council has had plenty of difficult discussions about the use of automated license plate readers. And as a council member, I have supported the use of ALPR technology and believe that it can support our effort when it comes to solving crimes. Even in doing so, I've also fought to tighten our regulations around its use and to ask that we identify new potential vendor options. If this were a year where resources were abundant, I would choose to fund every one of these priorities. But that's not this year. This is a year when the city faces difficult choices, and we're being asked to choose what comes first. And when that choice is between the use of ALPR technology versus restoring libraries and rec center hours, funding stormwater channel clearance that the city has frankly neglected for decades and that our fire chief again has explicitly identified as a public safety priority, or even funding actual police officers and other public safety personnel doing work in our communities. To me, that choice is clear. Take the 3 minutes. These are the core services this city must deliver, and I am willing to redirect funding from ALPR technology to make all of that possible. Let me close that by noting that each of these last few years, this mayor has proposed each budget cycle to cut libraries, to cut rec centers, and this year to decimate the city's commitment to public arts and culture support. Each year, this council steps in to explore every possible avenue to restore these critical facilities, programs, and services. What has frustrated many of us is not simply that we're facing fiscal challenges. Many major cities are facing fiscal challenges. What has frustrated us is being repeatedly told that these cuts are inevitable, only to discover that alternatives existed. And this council, with the IBA, was left to do the work of finding them. We and the public, we want to believe, we want to know that even if a budget proposal does not protect everything we care about, that we will, and that we are doing everything we possibly can to protect those things we claim to value. So today, I believe this motion reflects exactly that commitment. It demonstrates that even in a difficult year, we are willing to fight for libraries, recreation centers, arts and cultural programs, and the public safety services that San Diegans value most. And with that, I proudly second this motion.
All right, thank you, Council President Pro Tem Lee. So we have a motion by Council Member Foster, a second by Council President Pro Tem Lee, as distributed by our Budget Chair, Council Member Foster. We'll go next to Council Member Elo Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. Charles, thank you to you and your team for all the work you did throughout this process. Thank you to the mayor and your team for engaging in conversation. Chair Foster, thank you for everything you've done. Um, since the beginning of this process, I've been consistently emphasizing that these conversations about the budget must begin with a vision for the city that we're trying to build. I've also tried to be clear that I'm willing to make difficult choices if it means moving us toward a San Diego that prioritizes San Diegans, our working families, our young professionals, our youth, not the wealthy interests that have too often dictated our priorities. The decision today is an opportunity to act on the values we spent this budget season talking about. I want to thank Council President Pro Tem Lee and Budget Chair Foster for acting on their values and doing the work to identify responsible resources to largely restore arts and culture funding. Thank you for rolling up your sleeves and doing that. I'm also glad the Mayor's Office and Department of Finance and IVA worked with us to revise the budget in such a way that included the choice to modernize our use of excess golf funds to maintain operations at libraries, parks, and rec centers in districts 4, 8, and 9. Every dollar that we spend reflects a choice about what matters most to us. What matters most to me is that the people in our community can see a future for themselves and feel that we believe in them and love them, especially our youth. That commitment raises questions that I think are worth asking out loud and wrestling with. Do we want to support arts and culture organizations that enrich our communities and make self-expression accessible to all San Diegans? Or do we want to use public dollars to subsidize a single billionaire-owned enterprise? Do we want to spend scarce resources on a 24/7 AI-powered surveillance? Or do we want to use those dollars to keep parks open, restore library hours, and create opportunities for young people, families, and seniors in our rec centers? One point on the surveillance question. We've heard from San Diegans for years now about why so many in our community distrust this technology. The data breaches, the inappropriate relationship between the officer who championed the technology and the company who makes millions from our city, the untrustworthiness of the corporation we contract with, the posture of a fascist federal government that has shown it will use any tool available to use against immigrants and dissenters. And we just learned about one more reason for serious concern. And that's the false sense of confidence this technology creates and what that can cost us. That false confidence led to the wrongful jailing of 2 innocent people in our city. One of them spent over a month behind bars, missing Thanksgiving with his family for something he didn't do. The legal cost to the city will likely be significant, but more importantly, the cost to him, his family, and the distrust sown by those who know the story cannot be undone. And there are the other moments that are much more difficult to count, when officers wait for an ALPR to ping while action could have been taken. That's not safety, that's technology getting in the way of work. It's irresponsible and unnecessary to spend nearly $2 million on a system that has produced this outcome while we are telling kids their library hours are being cut. I support the motion made by Councilmember Foster because it moves us closer to the city that we should be, a city where our young people feel loved and supported by an office dedicated to their health, happiness, and success, a city where libraries, parks, and rec centers remain open and accessible to every community, a city with safer streets for everyone, whether they walk, bike, or drive, through continued support for the multimodal transportation team, a city with a vibrant arts and culture ecosystems supported through a coordinated partnership with the city, the county, and philanthropy. And to that point, I do want to say thank you to Kim, you and your team within the Division of Race and Equity in the IBA's office for pointing out a structural issue that we've had for a long time in terms of how arts funding is distributed. I know that we're not going to make the strides that we could make this year on that front, but I do think it's important, again, to wrestle with the question of, as we're distributing and investing in arts and culture, should we be factoring in that we are contributing more to organizations where the executives make more than entire organizations get on an annual basis? That's a community conversation that needs to be wrestled with. And I thank you all for pointing that out. And that brings me to what we shouldn't be wrestling with on a year-by-year basis. San Diegans, I'm not satisfied with this budget to that point. San Diegans should not be scrambling to save funding for their most cherished neighborhood services. Firefighters and lifeguards should not have to beg the city for the basics they need to do their jobs. That is not who we should be. We cannot continue avoiding the underlying problem. We must address our revenue challenges and our ongoing structural budget deficit. Year after year, we find ourselves fighting over what services to cut and what services to save. I asked a question at the beginning of this budget cycle: what city do we want to be? Again and again, San Diegans have shown up and told us they want more, they want better, and they believe we can do more and be better. I agree with them. The next important conversation is about how we collect the resources necessary to get there. I say tax the rich and wealthy and make tourists pay their fair share. I think most San Diegans agree, but that's a conversation for tomorrow. We've got a budget to pass today. This motion reflects responsible budgeting and our shared values. It prioritizes the services that residents use every day and invests in the quality of life that makes neighborhoods stronger. And I hope this motion in front of us will pass. It doesn't get us entirely to the city we should be, but it's a step forward. We'll keep fighting for the rest. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Elo Rivera. We'll go next to Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you for the presentation. And first, I would like to thank our Budget Review Committee Chair, Councilmember Foster, and all your staff for running an efficient and transparent budget process. Thank you to all the community members who have voiced their viewpoints throughout this hearing. We are listening. Also, thank you to the IBA for your continued analysis of this budget and suggested modifications. The original proposed budget was being balanced on the backs of communities that have been underserved by the city for decades. The motion before us today, as crafted by my colleagues, take major steps in the right direction. If given the choice of defunding automated license plate reader technology or keeping core services like park and rec libraries open, we should absolutely be choosing park and rec and libraries to stay open in the city of San Diego. Automated license plate readers should never be viewed as a substitute for the relationship, trust, and presence that comes from having police officers actively engaged in our community. This is not the first time I've voiced concern about surveillance technology. When the contract was first introduced, I raised questions about privacy, data security, and the potential for misuse. I still am concerned about this president's administration's use of surveillance technology, and I'm still concerned about how ICE and other agencies might be using this technology to target specific groups of people. I have a responsibility to carefully evaluate technologies that collect and store large amounts of information about the public. This is why I voted no when the contract first came to council, and I would urge my colleagues to vote for the motion on the floor to defund the flock surveillance. Moving on, the restoration of arts and cultural funding is particularly important to communities that I represent. I want to take this opportunity to thank Chair Foster, Pro Tem Lee, and the Previs Foundation. For many years, I have urged the arts and cultural community to bring the services to D8. Thanks to that commitment, my community has been exposed to arts and culture, and I would venture to say that many of my residents' first exposure to arts and cultural programming comes through programs supported by the city. Arts and culture is a core service of the city. Because this council has said this through policies like Penny for the Arts. Anyone who disagrees with me, I would welcome them to slash our arts and cultural funding. I'm also pleased to see this council honor its commitment to continue 24-hour security at the Storage Connect Center site in D8. When the storage facility was first introduced to council in 2018, before I was elected, the city made a commitment to keep 24/7 security on the safe storage site on 116 South 20th Street, which I will point is right next to Our Lady of Guadalupe Church, right, that has an elementary school in it. Funding for security services at the safe storage facility is about more than a line item in the budget. It's about keeping a promise to the community. I remain moving right on to another topic, I still remain deeply concerned about the proposed reduction to several stormwater programs. I know these concerns are shared by the Stormwater Department. I was very happy to see Fire Chief Logan recognize what I said during the budget reviews. I stated during the May revision discussion, the city must learn from the storms of 2024 and prepare for future severe weather events, including the possibility of a super El Nino this year. I appreciate the proactiveness of the new head of the Office of Emergency Services, Fire Chief Logan, for looking into what preventative measures the city can take before disaster happens. Funding for stormwater channel clearance is essential to protecting public safety and safeguarding our communities. However, the broader reality remains the stormwater department must be funded at a level that allows it to adequately maintain and modernize our infrastructure so that it could withstand the increasingly severe storms we're facing. One way that I welcome to achieve all of these goals is by implementing the many recommendations that the city auditor has proposed to this administration. I also support the recommendations to strengthen oversight and accountability through investment in the city auditor's office, the ethics commission, the city clerk's office, and the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement. Residents expect transparency and an effective government, and these functions are essential to maintaining public confidence in the city. I believe the motion on the floor, as crafted by my colleague, reflects many of the values this council has consistently expressed. Investing in core city services, protecting community resources, and ultimately ensuring that our budget decisions are aligned with the needs of the residents. So I'm very supportive of the motion before us today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Moreno. We'll go next to Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you to the members of the public who joined us through the entire process. Thank you to the IBA's office for your good work and analysis and working with my staff to analyze this throughout the last month and a half. Mary and your team, of course, for being at these meetings and listening the whole time. And thank you to our budget chair for his preparation and guidance throughout this. I appreciate just how much the motion in front of us does in terms of meeting the priorities that serve District 7 residents. Office of Child and Youth Success was something I obviously championed in 2021 and happy to see that refunded in this measure. Small Business Enhancement Program, as the chair of ED&I, I've been pressing for that every single year, undeniably. And of course, the independent offices that hold the city accountable, not just the mayor, but also the city council, the city auditor, the ethics commission, and all of those getting funding, absolutely critical. And of course, working hard year after year to restore library hours, recreation hours. Those are of immense importance to children in Linda Vista and children in every community. Oftentimes, communities of concern are described in one part of the city, and I can attest with my own eyes that there are low-income and working-class families in every single neighborhood in my district who rely on those services, and absolutely appreciate the advocacy of not just me, but all 9 city council members. And last but not least, the arts and culture community for pressing so hard from a complete gutting back to where we are today. It's a very, very strong signal that the community sent that I absolutely stand with. And I do have to appreciate that we're seeing graffiti unit supervisor and the sex registration unit supervisor placed back in. That is undeniably important. What I see through the rest of the motion definitely has my support. I do appreciate that the West Valley River crossing, something that I've pushed for before while sitting in the Sandag boardroom and sitting with San Diego River Park Foundation, trying to get that connected. It's not always Dr. Stephen Gelb who comes in to advocate for that with me, but many, many people. As I see this entire motion before us, I'm deeply, deeply appreciative, but there is a $2 million problem. The idea of license plate readers being directly pitted against children and youth and families is a false choice as false of any choice as we've seen in this entire debate. And of course, it's deliberate. It forces us to ignore the reality of what these tools do to save lives in the city every day. Let me be clear. I want every person to feel safe in our city. When I was a prosecutor for the city, whether it was trying a trial to verdict and having 12 people find their peer guilty, or it was dismissing a case with a green sheet many, many times. Justice has to be done. And ALPRs collect some of that evidence. But ending the use of ALPRs does not make everyone in this city feel safe, and it doesn't make us safer. First of all, no piece of technology can stop all crime. I don't think it was ever promised as such. If the measure of success is that some tool is going to stop all crime, well, then that's a measure that will never be met. No tool will ever be perfect. I don't think anyone on this dais ever promised that either. And personally, I resent the idea of placing children and families directly against this technology. Because I've had families who've had their children and their fathers, their aunts and uncles, the perpetrators who murdered them, beat them to death in Linda Vista, they were caught with this. Multiple times. We're starting to see it on a weekly basis. Those families aren't faceless people. They're humans, oftentimes who are at a park when they got beat to death. The reality is that the children that are kept safe because their abusers are found, those children are human beings. Who here wants to go tell those families, no, your family doesn't get justice? The domestic violence survivors, they get justice too. When you sit in a courtroom and you prosecute a person who's done something heinous, and the difference between a guilty conviction and that person walking free is an ALPR, who here stands with that criminal? I don't think the person, I don't think anybody in this
Sir,
room.
One more outburst and you'll ask to be escorted. You know the rules. Let him talk. We let everybody else talk, whether you agree with them or not.
Now here's the difference. I don't think anybody in here who's trying to get rid of ALPRs stands with that criminal. I'm not going to take the debate in that direction. I know you want people to have justice, fairness on both hands. Because you're human, I'm human, all these council members up here are human. We're trying to make human decisions. The fear of parents that are relying on Amber Alerts to find their missing children, that's human. As I have said in public and on the dais, I unequivocally condemn the humanitarian abuses that are occurring across this country. I've made my perspective clear. I've done my part in elections to make sure that never came to pass in our country. And I'll highlight again why I really deeply resent the way this conversation goes. Someone raising children with multiple heritages, Mexican and Iranian heritage, Mexican immigrant and Muslim parents, knowing this is the world they're inheriting. I know that world where they're going to walk and be viewed suspiciously by virtue of their last name. That fear's real. But here's a question I come back to every day. What's the impact of the decision today and tomorrow? Ending the ALPR contract doesn't alleviate everyone's fear. For many people, it actually increases it. Tomorrow, the city would lose the public safety tool that saves lives each and every day. And with so many other cities around us using that technology, Removing it, in essence, would be inviting more crime to our neighborhood. You can laugh,
Okay,
but I'm going to tell you, El Cajon and
stop,
Chula
hang on.
Vista,
Second warning, nobody interfered with anybody's ability to talk. It's a simple rule. Extend the courtesy. Put your thumbs up, put your thumbs down. Let the individual speak. As I said, it was never about content, it was about disruption, and you're disrupting the meeting.
Thank you, Council President. It's not logical to remove them when so many other cities around us have them, and then we're no longer part of that network. That's not a trade-off I'm willing to make. That's not a trade-off that the vast majority of our constituents are asking for. Councilmember Foster, I appreciate the details you have in here, but there's a $2 million problem, one that I think sacrifices significant public safety, evidence collection for us to hold people accountable in court, which is what it does. I've seen it firsthand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Campillo. We'll go next to Councilmember Von Wilbert.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Charles and your entire IVA team for all the incredible work you do every year on our budget process. Thank you to the Mayor's Office and Department of Finance and everybody. And thank you, Councilmember Foster, for putting together the budget motion. One, I'm very pleased to see that we are going to be restoring funding for arts and culture. It's fantastic. Thank you to Arts and Culture for coming and being here every year. But I do hear you on finding a permanent solution. Agreed. And if there is no greater proof that arts and culture creates incredible jobs and an economy here in San Diego, it's our folks at IATSE. It's the hardworking stagehand workers who put together this incredible, Comic-Con is coming. It's one of the biggest, you have to build a city inside the convention center. And so I want to thank the IATSE workers for being here to show us that arts and culture is not only needed in our communities, it also creates jobs. At the same time, that leads me to my next point, which is we have to protect working people from wage theft. There are so many people who go in and work incredibly hard and their employer does not pay them for a fair day's wages and they steal their wages. It is a real crime that needs to be addressed. The San Diego District Attorney's Office has found that an overwhelming majority of surveyed hourly workers face some form of stolen wages. Yet a massive proportion of these violations go unreported because they are vulnerable workers. I'm talking about low-wage earners. Immigrant populations are taken advantage all the time by employers. Service sector workers, anyone paid hourly. So I'm very glad to see that we are going to, in this motion, putting forward a program manager position in the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement to combat wage theft in this city. I'm glad we're taking it over to the city attorney's office because that can be a self-recovering funding position. The more fines and fees you get from criminal employers, you can put it back into the system to enforce it against anyone else. So I think that's a really great change. I'm also glad to see that we are using our opioid settlement funds as they are intended to be used, which is combating the addiction crisis in our streets and our homes. Thank you to the LGBT Center for being here. I'm very glad we're going to be partnering with you to be doing substance abuse treatment for some of our most vulnerable LGBTQ folks who have historically been kicked out of treatment programs because they come out as gay. And so I'm glad to see we are doing this. I'm also glad to see we're continuing our partnership in our emergency rooms with the transition support team at UC San Diego to get people help if they survive an overdose and wake up in that ER bed. I want to thank Legal Aid for being here with the eviction prevention program. Partnering our eviction prevention funds with a qualified lawyer from Legal Aid is the best partnership we can do to keep people in their homes. I was a legal aid lawyer. I used to serve in the eviction defense clinics and the restraining order clinics, and I know how important it is to have that back rent so you can pay it and make sure the landlord does not evict you. So thank you for being here. For the fire department, I do have a question for Chief Logan. Considering we just had a fire yesterday in Sereno Valley. One, thank you for your quick work on that, but I just want to ask again and make sure that we are fully funded for our aerial operations to protect the city from fires this coming year.
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Fantastic. Also, I really want to make sure that we have strong, qualified women in our fire department. The city has done pay equity studies to show that women can be paid less, unfortunately, as city employees, and we're hardest glass ceilings to crack has been the fire department. And so I was very sad to see that the Women's Fire Prep Academy was not restored this year, but I do want to make sure that there are qualified women in leadership positions. And is that something you were committed to continuing to do?
Yes.
Okay. We need to be qualified. We're not just promoting anybody. Believe me, you don't want to send me into a burning building. I will not be able to help anybody. But thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. And finally, when it comes to public safety, you know, we discussed this a bit on Friday, but I do believe we need to have a holistic conversation on public safety. I believe we need both. We need our parks and recs and libraries, we need arts, and we need police officers to respond to criminal activities that make those public spaces unsafe. You know, when I first got elected, there was a fatal stabbing in a community park in Sabre Springs. And none of the families who used that community park wanted to go back there until the suspect who murdered somebody was arrested because it was no longer a safe space. I don't believe that we have to take away funding from one part of public safety or to fund the other. We can have both. I reject the premise that the only way to have a good park and rec system is by defunding part of our police department. This city spent $60 million buying new trash cans for everybody recently, which is now apparently going to affect our general fund based on the settlement that we just did on trash fees. I mean, that's ridiculous. New trash cans don't make anyone safer. We could have rejected that and funded both our police department and our parks and rec and our libraries. So I don't agree with this premise right now at all. I also think we need the Commission on Police Practices to be funded to be part of our public safety and our No Shots Fired program for violence interruption. So I'm glad to see that in this motion, we are providing technology that they need at the Commission on Police Practices. And I hear so often about what other cities do or what police in other cities do. You know, we cannot control what's happening in other cities and what police officers choose to do in other cities. It is horrendous if anyone wants to stalk a girlfriend based on technology. That is awful and they should be fired. And in this city, we are fighting to make sure that ICE does not come on. I want to thank Councilor Vera for leading on the due process ordinance to make sure that ICE agents are not allowed on city property without a warrant, just like police shouldn't be able to do. And we led the vote to sue ICE, take them to court alongside our sister city in Minneapolis to prevent them from coming into our communities. And we've led the fight to make sure that our systems are locked down. San Diego is the only one in the state that I know of that doesn't share automated license plate reader data with other cities. They did when we first turned them on, and audit caught that, we turned that function off because we don't trust other cities, even though that's lawful under SB 54. So I want a commitment, again, from our police department that we are not cooperating in immigration enforcement. And that there will be consequences for any officer who violates California state law.
Good evening, Council. Member, absolutely, we are committed to one, abiding by state law, and also being transparent about the way that we're using that technology, 100%.
Thank you, Chief. You know, and I've heard, we've litigated this issue so many times. I mean, I'm a member of the LGBTQ community, and I remember when the hate crimes were happening a few years ago before Pride, and there was an unidentified gunman who was shooting pellets at people just sitting in bars at Riches, and somebody almost lost an eye. And we couldn't find that person until we had an ALPR in the community. This is making us safer. But I'm also just so confused about this conversation because I believe in accountability and trust and oversight, which we have worked so hard to do in this city. We have to hold police officers accountable when they break the law. I'm glad that LaWanda Fisher is no longer on this department. But at the same time, you know, during the height of the Me Too movement, I remember across the country, we all said, hey, survivors of sexual assault and violence have to be believed. They have to be held accountable. The perpetrators have to go. We jailed Harvey Weinstein and others. But just yesterday, we found out about a woman who was kidnapped in the Mira Mesa community by her domestic violence abuser. Witnesses saw her being pulled into a car screaming. She got out, he pulled her back into the car, was taking her to her house, and the only reason we caught this guy is because his license plate triggered on an ALPR. She's a victim. Why aren't we going to support her abuser being caught? I don't understand that. There was a woman who lost her life this weekend when her abuser came from Arizona and shot her in the head while she was pregnant. Like, these are the people that I care about when we talk about this. So we can go back to the old way of policing if we want, but there will be consequences to that decision.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Von Wilbert. Not seeing anybody else on the lights, I guess I'll kind of close it up. I'm going to be particularly brief, as some of you, and especially those that have already left, have anticipated. But I do want to thank Councilmember Foster for your leadership and especially your work today. The progress from the initial 4-person memo to what is in front of us is a rather extraordinary piece of work. Listening to the public, listening to your colleagues during budget conversations. Again, thank you to the IBA. I also want to thank Council President Pro Tem Lee and Councilmember Foster for the work on the arts funding and what it took to pull that together, and the partnership with the Previs Foundation as well as the county. Again, want to thank Councilmember Whitburn for the work on the settlement agreement, which removed a very dark cloud that would have hung over us in these budget conversations going forward. Real quickly, I can still remember my attempt last year to get a little of extra money into stormwater, and that failed. So to see in excess of 1.3 million being proposed is rather an extraordinary change, and I really applaud my colleagues for that. So at the end of the day, there's really only one question I think is everybody's mind, and so I'm not the storyteller, I'm just going to cut to the chase. Council President Pro Tem Lee and often think very, very much alike. And the introduction you gave, sir, to your logic is exactly the same process I got to on the pivot of the question. For you, it was a matter of the budget, if I understood correctly, with the concerns and the places we were aligned. For me, it is not. I think we can do both. I don't think there is one incident that justifies ALPR. I don't think there's one incident that justifies eliminating ALPR. A person that I respect who made an important point, I'm not going to disrespect by using her name with my comment, gave me my work plan for the rest of the year. There is work to be done. We are not done with ALPR and the ubiquity contract. And I look forward to conversations with that. So while I love so much of what is in this motion, I will be voting no. So with that, I see nobody else on the lights. We do have a motion by Councilmember Foster. We have a second by Council President Pro Tem Lee. We are voting on the handout here in front of the council members going forward. So please call the roll.
I'm sorry, the voting system, please cast your vote. And that fails 5-4 with Council President LaCava, Councilmember Campillo, Councilmember Von Wilbert, Councilmember Whitburn, and Councilmember Campbell voting no. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, we're not done. We still have work to do. And as I said at the onset, Councilmember Foster, I would return to you if you wanted to offer an alternative motion.
Yes. And I just want to make something clear. This was not a pit one against the other. This is what I identified in the budget as a want. And I think if we are going to have serious conversations about a structural deficit, we need to really understand the difference between a want and a need. And I can appreciate certain individuals who think the camera or license plate reader makes them safe. But truly what makes people safe is community. And I think we need to be honest about that. And as much as we talk about the tale of two cities. I am very, very taken back by how much we disregard certain communities and the lives of those community members. And I have to say that like that, because I truly do question, do we care about all people? Or do we just care about a select few? And the longer I sit in this seat every day, I feel the latter, that we are only concerned about a select few. I think it even tells in the conversations as we talk about how we handle settlements and the dollar values that are put on individuals' lives. Some of the most difficult conversations that I have ever had to have in my lifetime. And I must tell you, it's times I'm just purely disgusted. So I will leave that there, Council President, for now. And I do have an alternate motion to present. And I will ask the city attorney, as I go through this, let me know if there are certain things that need to be said that I have not said, because some of it is repetitive from the last item. With that, you should have, do you have a slide deck? Thank you. So with that, Council President, I would like to enter in a new second motion. I will start as I did before. Item number 1, approve the mayor's FY 2027 proposed budget as modified by the mayor's May revision. Number 2, approve the IBA's recommended final budget expenditure modifications included in IBA report number 26-15 as summarized in table 2, recommended general fund expenditure modifications, page 20, and as supported by recommended resources identified in table 1. Recommended general fund resources for modifications to FY 2027 budget, page 12. With the following modifications to table 1 to reduce, again, the residual redevelopment property tax trust fund revenue, RPTTF, in the amount of $185,000.
Excuse me, council member, if the things are the same from the last motion, you can say that. You can say
Okay.
item 1 through blank are the same as the last motion, and then read the others to save time.
Okay. Just let me check my number. So item number 3 is the same. That's the multimodal team. Item 4 is the same. That is the arts and culture portion. Item 5 is the same. That's the alternative homelessness program. Item 6 is the relocation of the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement. That's the same. Hold on. Number 7 changes. Number 7 changes to include the ACCF in the amount of $450,000. That's ongoing funding. It includes the homelessness security services for safe storage. That's $222,000. We also have the stormwater, wetland, and channel maintenance We are including an ongoing cost of $841,000. For stormwater clearing, we are including a one-time expenditure of $1,093 in 2027. We are including expansion of lifeguard wellness program. That's an ongoing expense of $173,285. And the contribution to general fund stability reserve, one time, 1.7 million. That is the same as the last item. Moving on to item number 8. Approve the following expenditure restorations and additional operating expenditures. For the following library restoration at the following locations: North Park location, the Mira Mesa location, and the Linda Vista location. For the following recreation center restorations, the following locations: Carmel Valley, Pacific Highlands Ranch, Robb Athletic Field, Canyonside, Doyle, Mira Mesa, Hourglass Field, Noble Athletic Fields, and Stanley. To effectuate action 7 and 8, allocate the additional resources, again, the additional property management cost savings in the amount of $200,000. Item number 10 is the same, appropriate $750,000 from Mission Valley Urban Impact Fee Fund to a new capital improvement project for the West Valley River crossing. And item number 11, allocate the remaining $2.6 million from the Neighborhood Enhancement Fee Fund to the Affordable Housing Preservation Fund to be managed by the San Diego Housing Commission. And with that, Council President, that concludes the second motion.
All right, thank you very much, sir. We'll go now to Council President Pro Tem Lee.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you to Chair Foster, Budget Chair Foster, for expressing his thoughts on this as well. And Council President, I appreciate that we are a council where we understand that we have different perspectives, and we may actually think oftentimes the same and come to different resolutions. I will, for one, say, just because I think this is coming up quite a bit up here, I don't think this is a scenario where we're talking about whether we're being forced to make false choices. The reality is we are being asked to make choices, and in a city where we don't have the resources, the only difficult thing we get to do is make those choices. They might be hard choices, we might disagree with the choices, but I certainly made mine, and I felt like it was one worth making because we had every opportunity to restore every hour for libraries, rec centers, much more. So I understand why, without that, we are in a slightly different position. I do support this motion as well. I believe it will continue to deliver on providing some restorations across libraries and rec centers. It will provide us an opportunity to address some of the public safety needs that have been mentioned, especially on the stormwater channel clearance side, because that has been emphasized heavily. And I just want to share my appreciation again to Chair Foster for taking the time to be prepared for this moment, and appreciate the public for being along for the ride. With that, I will second the motion.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Foster and a second by Council President Pro Tem Lee. On this second motion, we'll go next to Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. I am supportive of the motion on the floor. And I would like to add an amendment to the motion. I'd like to include the fuel and fleet savings from the police department at $370,000 as an additional ongoing resource, and also to restore the graffiti unit supervisor at $196,450 and sex registration unit supervisor as at $197,891.
You accepting that amendment, Councilmember Foster?
Can we just take a quick second to check the balancing of the numbers quickly, if I may? You said 370? Okay, there you go. Oh, it's 375. Okay.
It's 370.
So not 375? So I think it's
Oh.
375.
Let's put 375 just to be over.
Can you put that?
Councilmember Foster, the identified cost of those two positions came to around 396 million. With the motion that you put forward, there was roughly $26,000 unallocated. So the 370 plus that 26 is balanced,
Works.
provided you want to take that course.
Seconder of the motion?
I'll take it.
Okay.
Sure.
Looks
All right.
like it.
Thank you.
The motion has been amended as shown on the screen. That concludes your comments?
That concludes my comments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. So we'll go next to Councilmember Elo Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Chair Foster, for this thoughtful alternative. Thank you for your comments, because I do think that part that you named is important to name. And it plays itself out in really important ways in our community. When we tell people we care about them and they matter to us, but we don't actually act upon the things that they are asking us to do, they do not trust that we actually care about them. And we just saw this in a very, very tragic way a few weeks ago, where the city that should have been able to offer comfort and support and love wasn't seen as a trusted source of those things, because requests have continuously fallen on deaf ears. So I'm not going to question motive or intent behind the words of support that are offered from the dais. What I'm going to offer is caution that if we use those words and do not back it up with action, when tough moments come, we're going to be told to go away, not thank you for being here. And that is fair, because that's how every relationship works. And Council President Pro Tem, I appreciate you saying what you said. Today is choice day. It is council decision day. We make choices. So if the choices being presented are not acceptable, then we need to see alternatives. But absent an alternative, we're just continuing to play the same game over and over of poking holes at potential solutions and perpetuating this idea that we're just, one middle manager away from balancing the whole city. And that is not real. We're 2 decades in plus of underfunding the city, of letting conservative radicals tell us that smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller is better, with the goal of privatizing the entire thing so their buddies can make as much money as possible. And I don't know how many times we as Democrats are going to follow them down that path, but at a certain point, we're either going to choose an alternative, or we're going to end up having to sell this city off to the folks who want to buy it and make money off of it. The option in front of us still does a lot of good. It makes sure that our Office of Child and Youth Success maintains funding. We get some libraries and parks and rec centers open again. The stormwater funding is incredibly important. And make no mistake, if the whole budget isn't as good as it should be, this motion isn't as good as the last one. And I support this one because it's a better direction. But at the end of the day, we're leaving $2 million in resources on the table that could be opening more rec centers, opening more libraries, and opening more parks. And I think that's a shame, and I don't think we're safer for it. So thank you for the thoughtful alternative. Councilmember Foster, I'll be supporting the motion.
Point of clarification. Point of information.
Oh, you're next up. Can I?
Well, I'm next up, but I would like to get something pointed out first. I believe in the amendment, $375,000 was mentioned, something about fuel. It's the first time I've heard that one.
Remember, I
That
was
was
going
not-
to jump in and actually try and provide some clarification on exactly
Please,
that.
yeah,
Mark.
please.
One, don't want to take away from this conversation. Two, I wanted to be explicitly clear that the $370,000 in savings of fleet and fuel costs associated with the police department, I assume is coming from the suggestion to move to 2 officer patrol units. Please correct me if that's not the case. Not seeing any correction, so I will assume that is the case. I would just
Sure,
note,
I'll answer that. Yes, if you recall originally,
Yep.
when Chief Neslight was here, he offered up the $750,000 savings. At the time, in speaking with Chief Neslight, I'm going to answer your question. Listen, if you go through it and you go, he indicated that it was for safety reasons, right? And we've had this conversation. Officers do not show up at a call by themselves. They have another unit that comes with them.
Point of
And so-
clarification.
I'm sorry, I'm
I'm-
answering the question.
No, you're making something up from a chief that
Who?
hasn't been chief for a couple of years.
Councilmember Campbell, let Councilmember Foster finish, and then it will be your turn. I think you've got the information that you were seeking.
Yes, so that's where it comes from. Yes, and instead of doing it in further conversations, instead of taking it to where it was the entire fleet, it was cut to a lower number to allow the police department to determine how they will work within these components.
appreciate that, Councilmember. I was going to note 2 things. One, that the amount that is in this motion is less than the $750,000 that was initially there. Presumably that means that there is some opportunity for the police chief and the department to choose where or which units would go to 2 officers. There will likely still be some impact on overtime and response times. I will leave that to this council to decide on the merits of. The other note that I was going to make is that this is likely something that would require meet and confer with the POA. That said, I also know that the POA suggested moving to 2 officer patrol units, so presumably that would be a relatively quick meet and confer session. But just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you.
All right, that was the comment you wanted to make on the lights. Okay, Councilmember Campbell, I didn't mean to jump in, but I don't want to get a back and forth going on here, but important clarifications, I think, evolved out of your point of order, so.
So I want to know if that has to go to meet and confer, that it is not appropriate to put into this budget at this moment. It's something that's just been added. It wasn't in the previous motion. So could I have the police chief come and talk about this, or?
On meet and confer issues, I might defer to the city attorney's office.
Okay, sure.
Yes, this type of change would need to go through the meet and confer process. I would also like to add that although the charter gives the council the authority to adopt the budget and make cuts, the charter also gives the police chief the power and authority to operate and control the police department, subject to applicable rules. So those are all things that the council should factor into their discussions.
So for clarification, is the $375,000 included in the current motion or not?
Yes. She made them, Councilmember Moreno made the amendment, and maker of the motion and the seconder said yes. So it is part of the motion now.
Okay, and then that decision is then up to the police department after the meet and confer.
The police chief under the city charter, yes.
Okay, okay, so thank you very much, and appreciate that clarification. I was on the lights because I wanted to say a few words about our budget. that it is our responsibility to balance the budget, unlike last year, and to ensure that we make thoughtful decisions that maintain essential services. We need to deliver core services with fiscal discipline. We need public safety. It is the city's primary responsibility to our citizens. Our budget decisions should continue to support the personnel and resources necessary to maintain our police, fire, rescue, and lifeguards. I support keeping smart streetlights and license plate readers through this particular contract until it is over, and then hopefully we can find a better provider. At the time this contract was made, there was only one provider that provided both, and that's why it was a single source. These are common sense tools that help our police officers do their jobs more effectively and keep our communities safe. These technologies have helped locate missing children, seniors, and have led to the arrest of very serious criminals. They have supported 792 investigations, recovered $7.5 million in stolen property, led to the recovery of 580 stolen vehicles, contributed to 20% reduction in auto theft in our city in just the past year. And at a time when our police department continues to face staffing challenges, it simply does not make sense to take away tools that are helping solve crimes and protect San Diegans. We should continue also supporting our arts and culture community as we have done. These investments strengthen neighborhoods, support local jobs, drive tourism and economic activity across the city. The arts feeds our souls, but also provides revenue for our city. The restoration of the stormwater clearance measures is very important. It was requested by our fire chief, and it is most welcome, especially given the climate changes that indicate we may have to face huge rainstorms in this coming year. And so therefore, I want to thank you for this second motion and amendments, and I will vote in favor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Campbell. We'll go back to Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Council President. Just an issue of housekeeping. I saw the revise on page 12. There's still $2.4 million in expenses associated with the 72-bed shelter bed expansion at Veteran Village, San Diego. Last we heard from the Housing Commission, VVSD is no longer being considered for the funding because a different site is currently being identified. Can we have a little bit of clarity on that piece and exactly what it means that that VVSD site has been abandoned and we're looking for a completely different place to put that money?
Councilmember, if I may, it's Sarah Jarman here.
Yes.
The 72-bed shelter would be funded with opioid settlement funds, which are obviously very restricted. And we are under negotiations with the San Diego Housing Commission working towards an opportunity for that shelter, irrespective of the Veterans Village campus.
Okay, does that mean that, I just want to be very clear, Veterans Village of San Diego is no longer the site where we're looking to spend that opioid settlement money?
The San Diego Housing Commission, who I believe is there with you today, did release an RFSQ for opportunities for folks to provide options to us. If they did not provide it to the Housing Commission, then it would not be considered at this time.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Want to touch base on one item related to public safety. It was not discussed much over the last few days or weeks, but it's something that, because I've done the ride along with Firehouse One, really matters to me, the bomb squad. And I know that right now we're moving to cross-staffing for that under the current proposal. Knowing that that's the only team that's dedicated to addressing bomb threats in our city's public safety response, whether it's schools, clinics, wherever it comes in from. I know that for many years those were cross-staffed. I know that now it looks like we're going back to it. That's something in the future I want us to move away from because of the burnout that we heard from our officers, our firefighters in Local 145 yesterday. And so I will continue to advocate for that, but knowing that hasn't come up as a majority item. I know that that's unlikely to be accepted today. The last thing I wanted to point out, because we're at the end of this item, something that everything we talked about today is really downstream at the end of the process. We haven't taken too much time to talk about the upstream issues, especially since there is a structural budget deficit that is persisting. And that's because the way the problem is actually presented to us through the budget cycle, it's actually focusing on the thing right in front of us instead of something that hasn't been dealt with for many years. We take what we had last year, we review it, we see what didn't work, what worked, what obligations we have, and that's all appropriate analysis. But one thing I see frequently is that the job roles and the procedures within our departments, it remains decades old. We haven't maintained buildings, but we also haven't maintained our approach to the delivery of public services. And those job roles are overly complicated at this moment. The job descriptions are very outdated. The performance plans are outdated as well. And more than anything, there's just too much inflexibility to do new things that the public expects. That's actually one of the reasons why there's so many middle managers that grew over the last several decades. It's not because we didn't want to do better or achieve more. It's because we didn't actually fix a systemic problem, which is job descriptions and duties did not evolve, and thus the jobs did not evolve. And that hurts all of our workers, whether they're supervisors or they're unionized members. Supervisors they have to do their job and then more, while represented workers can't grow and display the full breadth of their skill. That's a very detailed and descriptive way of saying that our constituents feel this one question every day. Why does it take so long to get things done around here? It's not all about funding and budget. It's actually the internal structure that we actually have our workforce working under, because our employees have very high workloads, limited time, and so the incentive is to work very, very hard every single day, but not be able to see how to transform their job and transform the department over the long term, which is another way of saying modernize it to 2026. And within the supervisor rank specifically, we have very skilled employees. Program coordinators, program managers, they were often unionized workers who we wanted to keep on, and they took over these supervisorial positions created literally to keep them in place, particularly since there was a wage freeze for most city employees for over a decade. But today, we now see less accountability in those specific roles, what they're doing. No one's tracking that in a detailed way. So the discussion about the budget and the distrust and the questions about why things are set to be cut, that's all downstream and it matters. And it's the reason we're having the same conversation over and over again is because of the upstream lack of modernization. We need to have our personnel department and civil service commission truly analyze job roles and job duties in the city so that the council and the mayor's office and our REOs, our city unions, can together pinpoint which roles need to be adjusted, maximizing productivity and accountability. And when it's done right, city employees will be able to do the thing they do best and which they love to do, which is serve the public. I think we'll have that discussion another day. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Campillo. We'll go back to Councilmember Von Wilpert.
Thank you very much. And I second what Councilor Campillo says about modernizing our personnel department and getting technology in the city we can actually utilize. The poor water department was using horrible software for their billing until recently, so I'm glad that that is all being fixed. I do have a question about the amendment to the motion, though. If you could bring it up on the screen, please. I'm so sorry, the one that Councilor Moreno made? Number 12, okay. So my eyes are going to get a little bad. Oh, so I am very supportive of including the graffiti unit supervisor and the sex registration unit supervisor back into the budget. My question is just that the two police officers per car, how that's going to be deployed, because in my district, we only have 4 cars that go out sometime. Actually, for Boyne and Kent. All the way from Mira Mesa, all up to San Pasqual, we have 4 cars for that whole territory. So if you put 2, that's an entire 12-hour shift where there's only 1 car for Kent's district and 1 car for my district. So I just want to, we're the most understaffed district in the city. So I just want to make sure with the chief that that's not going to happen up in our area. It's just not possible. I do understand some officers might want to ride in pairs, and that's fine. That could cut down on distractions, and that's fine, but it should be flexible and it should be based on voluntary choices, not mandated for areas like ours.
I don't know. We'll do our best to try to make it work. But if it was an idea that I thought was a good one, I would have proposed it originally. We agree with the IBA's perspective that this could impact response times negatively and/or increase our overtime to make sure that we have the proper amount of cars in the field. We'll do our best.
Okay. Well, I know this will have to go to meet and confer, but I do want to, and obviously the police department's yours to run. But that would be a significant hindrance to answering 911 calls up in our districts if we only had 2 cars going out on second watch.
I understand that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Von Molpert. We'll go next to Councilmember Whitburn.
Thank you, Council President. Well, that just gave me a little bit of pause there. A little bit concerned about the prospect of increased response times and some of the other concerns expressed by the chief. I do support the restoration of the 2 supervisors. I personally, given what we just heard from the chief, would probably prefer to fund that from $375,000 out of that excess equity rather than from the fuel and fleet savings. I won't make that as amendment. We'll see if anybody else on the council wants to do that. Aside from that one concern there, I will say this is a reasonable budget that reduces the deficit and maintains key services. I was determined to prevent a closure of shelters that would force homeless people back out onto the streets. This budget ensures that that won't happen. Unfortunately, this budget does not provide additional shelter beds that could help more people off the streets, but at least we're not going backwards. It is good that we are restoring significant funding for the arts. And to be clear, we're really restoring funding for people. Youth who will be inspired by the arts, communities who attend free performances that they otherwise couldn't afford, workers who are employed by the arts, and all of us who benefit from the revenue that is generated by visitor spending. The restoration of the special events filming program manager is good for our city. This program and position helps to attract and coordinate movies being filmed in our city and commercials being filmed in our city. That is great exposure for San Diego. There's a film shoot tomorrow. A sponsor of the NASCAR races is shooting a promotional commercial tomorrow with San Diego's downtown skyline in the background. This budget restores library and rec center hours. It restores the small business enhancement program. There's funding for the multimodal team at the West Valley River Crossing. Many of the things that were restored in this budget were restored because residents engaged in this budget process and shared their priorities. So thank you to everybody who participated in this process. I too want to thank Budget Chair Foster and his team for the many hours that they have invested in this process. Thank you to the Office of the Independent Budget Analyst. Their analysis has been invaluable, and the many public hearings that they have participated in have helped to engage city residents in this process. I appreciate the council president, all of my colleagues for what has been a collaborative and productive process, at times an edgy process, but a productive one. Thank you to the mayor's office for engaging the council early in the process. I think that was very helpful. And to all of our city departments and staff who have worked extensively on this budget and who have worked extensively with us. And I appreciate the city attorney's office for their legal analysis. And last but not least, thank you to my staff. Every member of my team has helped out either through policy analysis or through public engagement. A lot of people have been involved in this budget process. So thanks to all of you. Again, I think we have a reasonable budget that reduces the deficit and maintains key services, and I will be in support. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Whitburn. Not seeing anybody else on the lights. A few closing comments. For 5 of us, this is the 6th budget cycle that we're going through. I think every year the process has gotten better through Monica Montgomery's leadership, now Councilmember Foster's leadership. I think we as a city, a big city, still have a long way to go to really figure out how to dig deep on budget. The budget is so big and so complex, and there's so many buckets of expenditures and funding that it makes it a challenge. I appreciate Councilmember Foster's work on zero-based budgeting on contracting. I'll be curious to see how that manifests itself going forward. And I appreciate the double work that you and your office took to come up with a updated motion. One of the pieces that were eliminated in this updated motion was not funding all reduced hours in recreation centers. On Friday, my team and I introduced the possible use of recreation center fund balances as a way to restore recreation center hours, an idea that has generally been vetted by the IBA Parks and Recreation, and I believe the city attorney's office. However, it became quite apparent to me on Friday that introducing something so new and so novel and that would have been a fundamental policy call was not appropriate for this budget conversation in this short amount of time. However, I understand the department may introduce this to the individual rec councils as an option for them to restore hours as they balance restoring hours, funding programs, funding repairs. But that is a choice they can make on a recreation center by recreation center balance. But we may have another option on the table. As Charles would remind us, that probably does qualify as a one-time option, not a ongoing option. Going forward, we'll see if and when that goes forward. But I appreciate the thoughtfulness. While I'm not a big fan of funding individual positions, I do respect Councilmember Moreno's introduction of those two positions and the thoughtfulness in listening to comments to only propose half the dollar amount so that it can be more strategic about when and where the folks in the northern part of my district would also have the same concerns. But I also realize and learned through this process that response time is based on the first officer that shows up, and then you have to wait for that second officer. I did ride-alongs as well and saw what happened. So it's a delicate balance, and I trust that the chief and the department and the POA will figure that. I think you're negotiating a contract, so throw that into part of the contract, maybe. I'm not going to tell you how to do your business. I'm not authorized to negotiate contracts, but that seems like a real time-saving opportunity. And with that, I will be supportive of this motion. So I'm not seeing anybody else in the lights. We do have an updated motion put forward by Councilmember Foster and seconded by the Council President Pro Tem Lee and amended by Councilmember Moreno. So unless there's any other questions or comments, and I don't see any, please call the roll. Clerk.
I started the voting system. Please cast your vote. That passes unanimously, 9-0.
All right, thank you for that. Thank you for everybody's patience. We're not done. We still have one book of business to finish up here starting at 6:15. With that, the crowd seems to be leaving relatively quietly. So clerk, please introduce item 705. Wait. Anybody want a longer break? Does it power through? All right, please introduce item 705.
President, item 705 is the proposed fiscal year 2027 City of San Diego Affordable Housing Fund Annual Plan. If you would like to speak on this item, now is the time to raise your hand by pressing *9 or the raise your hand icon, or if you are here in person, now's the time to submit your speaker slip at the front of the room in the clear box. Thank you, Council President.
All right. Probably take a little bit of time to sit down because no, come sit down. We'll wait for the room to clear and the voices to subside. All right, looks like it's quieted down in chambers. So when you're ready, introduce yourself for the record and let us know how much time you need.
Hi, I think we'll need about 10 minutes.
All right, and just like I said, introduce yourself for the record, make sure.
Thank you.
Begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Christelle Van der Wint, Vice President of Financial Services at the San Diego Housing Commission. With me is Principal Budget and Reporting Analyst Matt Higgins. This afternoon, we seek your approval of the proposed fiscal year 2027 Affordable Housing Fund Annual Plan. The plan was approved by the Land Use and Housing Committee on May 14, 2026, and by the Housing Commission Board on April 16, 2026. We'll start with a quick discussion of the fund, then we'll take a look at the fund revenue over the years, and we'll provide details on budgeted programs for fiscal year 27. The City of San Diego's Affordable Housing Fund is composed of two permanent, annually renewable funding sources. First, the Housing Trust Fund, which was established in 1990. It consists of revenue from housing impact fees on commercial development and loan repayments. Second, the Inclusionary Housing Fund, which was established in 2003. It consists of revenue from the collection of fees on residential development and from loan repayments. The developers has the option to either build affordable housing units or pay the fees that will be used in the creation and preservation of affordable housing. The slide here displays the history of fee collection for both funds. The blue line represents the Housing Trust Fund, which hovers between $1.2 million and $3.1 million annually. The red-orange line represents inclusionary fees. As you can see, these fluctuate more dramatically. In fiscal year 2023 and 2024, fee collection were around $700,000 and $2.9 million respectively. But in fiscal year 2025, because of the fees paid by two large development projects in City Center and Kearny Mesa areas, the fee collection were $15.8 million. Many factors affect collection, including economic factors, development activity, the timing of fee collections, and the number of development that choose to build affordable housing units rather than pay the Affordable Housing Fund fee. For the purpose of the Affordable Housing Fund Annual Plan, and by extension, the Housing Commission's budget, we use an estimate based on historical calculation and current collections. Since inception, the Affordable Housing Fund has assisted with the creation and preservation of over 10,100 affordable housing units, assisted more than 31,000 San Diegans experiencing homelessness, and assisted over 410 households to become first-time homebuyers. I will now pass it on to Matt, who will share the model program and the proposed funding allocations.
Thanks, Christelle. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Affordable housing funds may be allocated to programs identified in the list of model programs. For